get 8 hours in bed. I'm typically asleep for probably on average close to 7 of those hours. I usually still get up at about 6 a.m. That's my normal wake up time. Occasionally I'll sleep in till 7 a.m. I don't have any alarm that goes off Saturday morning. Even though I sleep pretty well on Friday nights, I must have a sleep deficit. And so by about 2:30 to 3 p.m. on Saturday afternoons, despite the best of my intentions, I just feel an overwhelming need to lie down and rest. And when I'm lucky, such as when my mind is going around about something, is operating on some question, is fascinated by something, needs to figure something out, then I don't sleep, and I may just lie down and rest for 15, 20 minutes, and I'll wake up refreshed, and I'll go back to reading. But typically, I fall asleep for about an hour on Saturday afternoons. Then I wake up groggy, because if you nap during the day for more than 20 minutes, you'll typically wake up groggy. And then I will not fall asleep until after midnight, typically. And so because I had that nap yesterday afternoon, I'd only got about 5 hours of sleep last night. And you can do many things to trick yourself. I had my weekly cup of coffee this morning, and I've got the energy from that, but you can't trick your voice, right? Your voice quite accurately displays your level of vitality. And I simply do not have the same vitality when I've had 5 hours of sleep as compared to 7 hours of sleep. And here's my second question for you. When you do something wrong, or when you suffer an injury, is your first response, this is my fault, I'm a bad person? Or is your visceral response, this is somebody else's fault, I'm the victim? So here's how it works for me. When my mistake is pointed out by somebody else and my well-being is in danger, my immediate instinct is to focus the blame on another party. But when I fall flat on my face, like I did Thursday afternoon, and no one else is pointing a finger at me, right? The only finger pointed at me is me, right? I landed on my middle finger of my left hand. Then my immediate tendency is this is 100% my fault. And I thought I slipped, I fell, and I keep doing this. Every few months, it feels like I fall flat on my face when I'm running along. I don't lift my feet up off the ground, and then I trip, and I always fall forwards, and I don't like it. It's embarrassing. And so I was just feeling out of sorts the past few days, and I think this is my fault. And then yesterday afternoon, I had the opportunity to revisit the place where I fell on Thursday, and there's a major dip. So in personal injury terms, if there is more than an inch displacement, say the concrete on a sidewalk or on a pedestrian path, there's more than an inch, then you have a case against the city or the county or whatever entity is responsible for keeping that up. And there was a substantial, probably 2 to 3 inch dip in the pedestrian crosswalk that I tripped on. And so in personal injury terms, this is a case of comparative negligence. So whenever there's a trip and fall case, it is always comparative negligence, because if you trip and fall, you always have some responsibility. And so typically it might be 50-50. And so in this case, it might be 50-50. If I had walked across the street, it's highly unlikely that I would have fallen. But I started running, and then I hit that dip, and there was about a 3-inch gap, and then I tripped and fell. Whew. So that brings up complex trauma. And the problem with certain terms is they get used so much that they cease having meaning. They become a cliche, and trauma is one of those terms that has become the go-to source for all pain and suffering and medical problems. Like it's trauma. But I started listening to this new guy, Tim Fletcher, new to me, and he talks about complex trauma, and it really speaks to me. So even though I don't like the term because it's so overused, but the idea is that obviously every child grows up with pain, but in approximately 2/3 of homes is relatively healthy, and the child can express what's going on and find a way to be authentic, true, honest about what's going on and get some degree of support around him. But for about a third of homes, including the various places that I grew up, it was not a safe place to be authentic and honest. And so I learned to adopt personae. And I adopt a personae when I do this show. I've steadily tilted since COVID towards the personae of regional Australia, outback Australia bloke. Just a simple bloke from outback Australia living in the big city. And that's a comfortable personae. And I learned to adopt personae from a very early age because that was safe. That was a way that I could navigate life and reduce my chances of getting hit. Up until age 11, I got hit quite a bit, right? I was bounced off the walls routinely. And to this day, I will jump if someone comes up from behind me or taps me on the shoulder or if there's any loud sound. I just jump, not like the Van Halen song, not in an exuberant manner, but I am just like scared to death, just scared out of my wits. And to deal with my chronic reflexes of shame and fear and fright, right? I developed various personae to just try to navigate a challenging, difficult world where it's not safe to be honest. And I was trying to think as I was listening to Tim Fletcher talk with Theo Von this morning. I was thinking, at what age was I able to be consistently emotionally authentic? So I did develop a good friend about age 7. So there was some degree of emotional openness there. But I don't think it was until I discovered Air Supply that I found a place where my authentic, most genuine, my deepest, my strongest, most compelling feelings were authenticated. Right? It was listening to Air Supply in 1980, early 1980, at the age of 13. So if I have any degree of sanity, it is the recognition that what I'm doing right now, sharing opinions and discussions on hot button, shameful topics, and I develop a personae to do this and to make it as safe for me as possible, because I recognize the dangers of what I do. But this is a personae. Some of the most precious, holiest parts of my life I do not discuss. And it's just easier to put something of a shield on. And I just like that persona of the Outback Aussie. And to the extent that this show has a unique selling proposition, it is that in large part, I understand the world around me through the prism of my own humiliation, shame, and failure. I recognize the humiliations that I have suffered through pursuing various strategies of dealing in an unsafe world. And then I kind of recognize those patterns in the larger world around me. For example, Donald Trump grew up with a brother, Fred, who was an alcoholic. And one of the things that I learned in the 12-step program, Anon, is to learn where I end and other people begin. When I began regular psychotherapy in something like April or May of 1998, one of the first things that my therapist talked to me about was boundaries. I did not have clear boundaries. So I was frequently intruding on other people's boundaries and allowing other people to intrude on mine. And I needed to learn boundaries. And boundaries, like so much else, I've discovered to my chagrin, and not something that I can adopt through a force of will. They were much more a consequence of learning to, gosh, this sounds incredibly gay, but to accept myself. And when I learned to accept myself, accept my own flaws, and to have a more accurate understanding of myself and my own drives and my own predilections and compulsions, then I was able to extend the same empathy for others. And then boundaries naturally developed as I developed more respect for my own choices and my own behavior. I was not able to unilaterally, through a force of will and rationality, develop good boundaries. I became aware of them through my therapist's instruction. I became aware of them through handouts that my therapist gave me, but I wasn't able to implement them as a direct act of will. They were much more of a consequence. So that's why I have great skepticism towards the modern Enlightenment perspective that through the use of our own rationality, we can develop a strategic path through life, that we can determine right and wrong, and that we are primarily individuals. That is the buffered understanding of the self, that we have this buffered rational capability that enables us to decide right and wrong, meaning and purpose and autonomous direction for our lives. Instead, I have the much more traditional, porous understanding of the self, that I am profoundly affected by my community, by the people that I'm around, by the posters that are on my wall, by the music that I listen to, by the books that I read. And so because I understand myself as porous, I try to use as much discretion as possible in surrounding myself with situations that will play much more to my strengths than situations that will open me up to my self-defeating tendencies. So Donald Trump grew up with a father who was brutal and with an older brother, Fred, who couldn't handle the father's brutality and developed a drinking addiction. And so I'm not sure that Donald Trump ever went to Al-Anon meetings, but I think he developed a sense of there are certain things in life that are under our control, all sorts of things that are out of our control, and sometimes you have to allow other entities to reap the consequences of their actions. And so Trump is wrong when he says that Ukraine started the war, right? Just on an objective empirical perspective, right, it was Russia that invaded Ukraine. But Trump is right to the extent that Ukraine wanted to ally with the West. It wanted to join NATO. It wanted to side with Russia's enemies. And so it produced a set of incentives that would overwhelmingly cause any neighbor like a Russia next to Ukraine to be overwhelmingly incentivized to attack and wreck Ukraine in retaliation for Ukraine siding with its enemies, right? If you are a neighbor to a superpower, you don't get to decide your own foreign policy. Just as an employee, you don't get total autonomy with your life, even off the job, right? You can make all sorts of choices off your job that will imperil your job and will likely increase the odds of you getting fired. In addition, while you are at work, you are perhaps, I find this a useful perspective. You may not find this a useful perspective, but it speaks to me. You are a type of slave when you're at work, right? You are there to be the instrument of your employer. And so if your employer tells you to do X and you don't want to do X, if you want to keep your job, you need to do X. You need to do what you were told. You need to adopt your employer's priorities. And if you don't adopt the priorities of your supervisor and of your employer, right, you're probably not long for your job. You have to subordinate yourself to your employer. And that's part of the reason why work is so helpful, even if you're, say, a contractor as opposed to an employee. While you are working, you have to put the needs of other people ahead of your own. And I've never been married. I've never had kids. I've often been accused of being highly selfish. So it's good for me in my self-centeredness and my selfishness and my narcissism for approximately 40 plus hours a week, because in addition to working, I also volunteer up to 15 hours a week. When I volunteer, I also put other people's needs ahead of my own. And that's healthy. And so I think Trump recognizes that Ukraine wrecked itself through its choices. And I wonder if Trump, influenced by the experience of having an older brother who was an alcoholic, if that helped him to recognize that when other people make incredibly self-destructive choices, sometimes you're not doing them any favors by stepping in and trying to mitigate the pain that they will unnecessarily encounter. My father, for example, would often try to steer me straight. And upon reflection, he was far more often right than wrong in this regard. But then I would stubbornly resist my father's direction, and he would get this countenance filled with pain, and he would shake his head, and he would say, "You'll only learn through pain," because I wouldn't learn through advice. And so if other people are doing stupid things, other entities are doing stupid things, right? If your employer is doing stupid things, right, you will likely have to pay the price for his stupidity, just as a citizen of a state will have to pay the price of the stupidity of its leaders. And Ukraine will inevitably have to pay the price for its stupidity in trying to ally with the enemies of Russia while it is existing on the border of Russia. And so, in an objective, morally objective perspective, it doesn't feel right that nation states don't get to choose their own foreign policy when they border with a power that's much stronger than them. But that is the nature of reality. In an objective sense, it may not be right that an employee is essentially a slave for his 40 hours a week, but that is the nature of reality. In an objective perspective, it's not right that even how you spend your off-duty time can have a profound effect on whether or not you retain your job, but that is the nature of reality. When you join a community or when you connect with other people and form relationships, that will always come at a reduction in your freedom. And that may not feel right, but that is the nature of reality. And so I'm all about understanding reality, even when it doesn't accord with what I want. I quite enjoyed Friday's All In podcast. It's got the title here, Trump Rally or Scott Bessent Put. Elon Musk back at Tesla. Google's Gemini problem. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I want to get your take on all this stuff because I'm fascinated by what's going on in these markets this week. Let's start on the markets because we got a rally. The question I think behind the rally is this a Bessent put? Is this a
Okay, so this is Andrew Ross Sorkin, New York Times columnist and a TV host on CNBC. Guy center left.
Powell's in the job. He's got a put on this thing. I don't know what you think is going on. We're up 3 to 7% for the week. There's been a she loves me not situation with what Trump's been saying about China and whether there's a deal or not a deal. China's saying nobody's talking. He says everybody's talking. What do you guys think is really happening? And then we got to get into Alphabet. We got Tesla, got a lot of earnings here that's also moving this around.
I think that the most important piece of financial logic that we have to break is this idea that there is always a put. The put is this weird thing, just for the folks that don't understand it, is that when the market goes down, somebody can bellyache and cry, and somebody in the government will say, okay, we'll buy your shitty securities at your bad prices. So that's what the put is. So typically what's happened is you can cry to the White House and they'll call the Federal Reserve and they will buy it. That's the Fed put. And in some very rare cases, when things get really calamitous, like in 2008, Treasury will set up a program and start to buy things. That's what was called TARP back in the GFC. So the question is there a put here? I mean, my honest answer is no. And the simple reason is, if you look at where we are, the stock market's back to where we were in like May or August of last year. And if you had said that we would have upended 50 years of economic policy and the markets would only be off 500 or 600 basis points, I would have been shocked. So there's no reason for a put. Maybe the more interesting question is, who's asking for the put? The ones that have suffered from the volatility. And a lot of those are the active market traders. So if you trace the feedback, who has been the most negative? Ackman's been negative. Ken Griffin recently turned negative. And that probably comes from the fact that they're not monetizing the vol the way that they used to monetize the vol, more than the market has speared down to such a degree that the world is coming to an end, because it isn't.
Okay, Zach.
Can I build on that? So
Please.
There was a tweet 2 weeks ago when all this started by Nick Carter that I retweeted because I thought it was really interesting, which was, if you think a market sell-off delegitimizes Trump's presidency, you're going to give him unconditional credit when it rallies, right? Because those are the rules now. And that's exactly what's happened, is that the market has rallied. Like you said, it's up 7% this week, but the media doesn't want to give Trump any credit for it. So it's kind of created this narrative of a Bessent put. In other words, Bessent is entirely responsible for it. Look, Scott is a very smart man. He understands markets. He understands the bond markets, and he is a reassuring voice to those markets. And I think he's doing a great job. But I think part of what's going on with this Bessent put narrative is that no one ever wants to give Trump or his administration as a whole credit. So what they do on any particular week is valorize a particular member of the administration that they can then say, well, this is the person who's really responsible for this, not Trump, because they don't want to give Trump that credit. Next week, they'll be tearing Scott down, and there'll be some other member of the administration they'll be trying to valorize to basically prevent the administration as a whole from getting credit for doing something good. So again, I think Scott's doing a great job. I think he's doing a great job making these deals, and he's saying a lot of correct and reassuring things to the markets. But I think if the media is going to tear Trump down every time the market goes down, you have to give him credit when the market goes back up. And I think there's just a general reluctance to do that.
Where do you land, Dave?
I think that is he crazy enough to let it all fall apart? Signal that kind of got wiped out this week. That's really what it was. It was the fact that everyone realized that Bessent, Trump are not going to let trade come to a standstill. They're not going to let the whole global economy grind to a halt, that they're going to have to do something. And I think that the read is that they're making the indications that they're going to get deals done, which means that their intention is to make sure that the market doesn't tank. That the and more importantly, that the economy doesn't tank.
Roughly 3 weeks ago, when we started talking about this, I think I made the point, Chamath made the point, that part of the art of the deal here, so to speak, is an opening salvo,
right,
which is bold, and some people would say maybe it's too extreme, but it's basically an opening bid to shift the conversation completely,
Yeah.
and that would create tremendous leverage to get deals done. And isn't that exactly what's happened? Isn't that the way it's played out?
Yeah, I remember there was a guy from Harvard who used to teach a class on negotiation. He put out all these videos, and what he always said is like, set your anchor point as far away as you possibly can if you want to get maximal leverage in a negotiation. I don't know what's farther away than 145% tariff. So it's clearly, a point for, as Zach said, for negotiating to a deal that seems like one that would have been impossible or implausible if you started from a 0% tariff beginning point in negotiating.
So there are many, I think, legitimate criticisms of Donald Trump, but one that I hear often that I don't believe stands up, and that is that Trump is stupid. Right? Trump is not stupid. There's no evidence that Trump has a low IQ. Right? He's not stupid. Now, many of the arguments made for Trump are not terribly compelling also, and that's picked up by the Financial Times in a column here by Jemima Kelly, Trump and the Art of Dealism. His acolytes discovering that it's not so much about any particular policy as having blind faith in the man himself, right? So we constantly hear, oh, this is all the art of the deal. So I think this is a solid critique. In Trump's mode of thinking, the means, right, can be as outlandish or unrealistic as he likes, because they're all justified by the ends, which are all about winning. And so the means do not have to be taken too seriously. Where I would differ with Donald Trump is that sometimes the means are more important than the ends, right? Shine on, shine off. Remember the Karate Kid? He initially goes to learn under the direction of a master, and the master simply puts him to work applying wax to a car, and the kid gets annoyed with this after a few hours as he's applying the wax. He says, well, what the hell does this have to do with learning karate? And finally, the master teaches him wax on, wax off. Right? These are moves that you'll need to learn in karate. So sometimes the means are more important than the ends. Sometimes the ends are more important than the means. So anyone who says that the means are always more important than the ends, obviously that's not correct. I mean, do I have to back up that point? If your life is at stake, your friend's life is at stake, if lives are at stake, then the means to save those lives are usually far less important than the end result. On the other hand, we live in a confusing world that's much more complicated than we can possibly understand. Often the best we can do is to operate on the basis of solid, legitimate means. And for example, when I was running across the street, if I had not been lost in thought, I probably would have paid more attention to the uneven pavement, and I would have been less likely to fall. I would have paid more attention to the car park that I was crossing and whether any car was coming out that could hit me. Luckily, the driver of the car that was coming out was an elderly Asian lady who I suspect of all demographic groups is the least reckless with driving. So the Trump team has this attitude that means do not need to be taken seriously, and that's off-putting, and that's weird, and it's often wrong, right? It's going to be disorienting for normies to deal with. And Trump supporters will always be coming out with policies, ideas, and arguments on the hoof, and have a whole army of zealots ready to defend them as part of some grand plan that this is, Donald Trump playing 4D chess. And we've got Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent bending over backwards to justify Trump's tariffs as the strategy all along. He's going back and forth. So what's this belief system that Trump's faithful disciples have created and now subscribe to that treats his book, The Art of the Deal, as evidence that Trump is the savior of America? And one way of describing it is dealism. And the great thing about dealism, but also its great flaw, is that it can never be wrong. Right? It is utterly bulletproof because it's never clear how far into the game of four-dimensional chess we are. Telling lies, flip-flopping, making a huge mess, or just part of the process. And it's not so much about any particular policy, right? It's about having blind faith in the infallible master dealmaker, Donald Trump. And yeah, this does sound like a cult. And yes, charismatic leadership does tend to end badly, right? What is charismatic leadership? Someone emerges who does something that seemingly impossible and gains a following. And then he keeps doing things that appear seemingly impossible, which Donald Trump has done. But eventually, you don't get to continue on this path, right? Eventually, you fail and you fall on your face. And so Donald Trump says the real excitement is in playing the game. I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what I should have done differently. So yeah, there is this element of nihilism with Donald Trump that can be quite disconcerting. Now, have you detected a change in the discussion about Trump's tariffs? Because I sure have, right? We seem to be talking much less about whether or not Trump's tariffs are a good idea or whether tariffs are a good idea, right? We seem to be talking much more now about how tariffs are implemented. And Grok agrees with me. Says you're picking up on a shift in the tariff debate. Initially, much of the discourse framed tariffs as broadly harmful, disrupting trade, raising consumer prices, risking retaliation. Now there's a much more nuanced critique emerging, particularly around Donald Trump's approach. So now much of the discussion is about Trump's tariff strategy. Is he too aggressive, too unilateral? Does he lack a clear focus, right? For example, imposing broad tariffs on allies and rivals alike, will that not strain diplomatic ties, invite a stronger pushback? Why not targeted tariffs aimed at specific industries or at countries like China? Is there a cohesive plan to offset what's going to happen as a result of these tariffs? What are we going to do with regard to higher consumer prices or supply chain disruptions? So there seems to be a pivot in our public discussion with regard to tariffs. So are you seeing this too? Am I just the only one picking up on it? But Trump does seem to have a unique ability to focus the attention of the American elite. And so sometimes it was with regard to immigration, sometimes it was with regard to Islamic immigration, sometimes it was with regard to building the wall. Now it's with regard to tariffs. And the Trump bump in news revenues is pretty much related to how much the news organization focuses on Donald Trump. The New York Times and the Washington Post back in Trump's first term focused a great deal on Donald Trump, and they saw an enormous rise in traffic and in subscriptions, while newspapers like the Los Angeles Times, who did not focus so much on Donald Trump, they did not see that huge growth in traffic and subscribers. So this is the Trump bump that's available to news outlets that focus on Donald Trump and what he's talking about. So yeah, the broader news discussion, policy discussion, elite discussion has shifted from opposing tariffs generally to critiquing Trump's specific approach, right? The focus now is on the implementation of tariffs. The approach now seems to take it as inevitable that we are shifting towards a different American economy. We're shifting towards a more protectionist trade strategy and how we can navigate this new economy. So we have a much more nuanced debate than we did in the initial reaction to Trump's Liberation Day. So back to the All In podcast.
And there was some percentage of the market or some probability that people were assigning to the fact that this administration could be crazy enough to tank the global economy by leaving tariffs really high and letting this kind of run. And I think that that's kind of being taken out of the market.
Right, but now that it's out of the market, that means that the leverage, there's less leverage. There's less leverage in the conversation. And if the goal is to...
No, that's not true. You're saying a critical thing, and that is not true.
Well, hold on. If the goal is to effectively pressure China, which I think is the ultimate goal, I think as the bond market has spoken, and as Trump and Bessent administration has said, okay, we understand where the floor is here, what we got to do. I assume if you're Mark Carney, if you're the EU, name your place, India, Japan, you say, I'll make a deal with you. But if you thought I was giving you the world before, no. You need me as much as I need you, and you seemingly need me even more now.
So the part where I agree with you is that last part. Like, I think too many times you look at the stock market and you think that that's reflective of what's actually happening. And it's not. The stock market, I think the best way to think about it is it's an estimation of what the future would look like at a rate of return. You're superimposing a view on reality. So what is actual reality right now is if the United States was running negative $2 billion a day of trade deficits, right? If our current account balance was minus $2 billion on March 31st, the day before Liberation Day, the real question is, what is that number mathematically after April 1st, right? Because you're ratcheting up tariffs, okay? And you're implementing a scheme that should take that negative $2 billion that's going out the door, out of America's shores. It would have.
Okay, let's have a look at the change in the general narrative, right, with regard to tariffs, right? This is not just something in my imagination, right? So we had an article in NPR, April 11, Trump's tariffs a bargaining chip for a new global economic order, right? Trump's tariffs are now seen as part of a broader strategy to restructure the global economic system. It seems to me that our discussion has made a substantial shift, right? There seems to be broad and bipartisan support for a change in the global economic order, something equivalent to Bretton Woods, or equivalent to Richard Nixon taking the United States off the gold standard in the early 1970s, right? So the shift in the elite media has gone from opposing tariffs to understanding the strategic use of tariffs, right? They're no longer viewed solely as a blunt instrument. Now they're also understood as a tool for negotiation. We had a New York Times article, April 10, 2025. Trump's tariff reversal calms some GOP nerves, but questions linger, right? So Democrats are outraged. Republicans are caught between opposing tariffs, fearing criticism of Trump. But we've got a more nuanced discussion here where the focus is on Trump's specific policies rather than just tariffs in general. And political reactions are now playing a significant role. We have commentary from the Los Angeles Times, April 11. No one understands Trump's thinking on tariffs. Here are the top guesses, right? So there's confusion, there's speculation surrounding Trump's tariff policies. Trump has been making abrupt reversals, leading to mixed reactions. Some see these reversals as strategic. Others doubt its coherence. And I don't agree with Michael, who was on the show about 10 days ago, who thought that Trump's reversals discredit tariffs as a policy, given that every medium to large-sized country has become rich only through using protectionist measures. I don't think that, given that all the examples we have of medium to big-sized countries becoming rich is through using tariffs, I don't think that Trump's tariff reversals discredit the policy. Right? We don't have any examples of medium to large-sized countries becoming rich through free trade. No country becomes rich through consuming. And then we've got various economic analyses. We've got the Penn-Wharton budget model on April 10 titled The Economic Effects of Trump's Tariffs. Right? They underscore the significant costs of Trump's tariffs, their projections, the economic burden. The shift has moved towards evaluating the effectiveness and the necessity of Trump's tariff policies. Then we have discussions of how Trump's tariffs fit into larger economic and geopolitical strategies. So we've got a speech by Stephen Moran, who is the head of Trump's economic advisors, says that tariffs are part of a plan for a Mar-a-Lago Accord to devalue the dollar, reduce trade deficits, and that there's a strategy beyond mere opposition to the conventional wisdom. We've got Trump's threats, such as a 100% tariff on countries abandoning the dollar as a reserve currency. We've got more nuanced discussion about how Trump is reacting to economic pressure. So Donald Trump is the most powerful person in the world. And I think many people would disagree with that. But even Donald Trump has to operate within particular situations. And when you have rising bond yields and falling stock market prices, right, when we see a global shift away from American assets, right, that raises alarms of a potential financial crisis. And so in the face of that, Donald Trump retreated, which I think was a good idea, right? Paying close attention to the bond market might be even more important than paying close attention to the stock market. And now 10-year bonds have shifted from above 4.5% before Trump began his climb downs to now they are below 4.3%.
Flipped it positive. How positive? We don't know, but I'm sure that the government knows, and I'm sure the White House knows what that number is. That's important fact number one. And then separately, the country that matters the most on the other side of that, who was very positive, right? Let's say China was plus 3 or 4 billion a day. Where did they go to? And I suspect that it's probably break even or possibly even negative. So if you think about what the new reality is today, April 25th, as we tape the show, we've gone from -2 to maybe +1, and China's gone from plus 4 billion a day to maybe 0 or -1. And I think that's what instills the leverage that is required to get the deal done. Then we can all debate whether the forward PE of the S&P should be 16 times or 22 times.
So my word for today's show is complex. I want to talk about complex trauma, and I want to talk about complex variables and expertise. So the more variables you have, right, the less compelling is the case for particular experts. For example, with regard to global trade, there are just so many variables. For example, there are national defense considerations. There are national cohesion considerations. There are alliance considerations, right? There are just so many variables beyond one or two, which shifts the realm of valid expertise away dominantly from economics, because there are also political and defense and social considerations. And so given the number of variables with regard to global trade, I'm not sure that we can accord any individual great expertise. There's just too many variables for any individual to master. So Nathan Kofnas presented the challenge to me: you're defying knowledge when you disagree with the experts, because the dominant view of economists is that tariffs are a bad policy. One response that I have to that is that there are too many variables in global trade to accord economists that much deference, right? No individual can master all the variables. Therefore, we don't have to be as subservient to their expertise as we might be if they are truly expert, if they truly mastered the topic. So let me give you an example. Let's talk about professional ethics. So the main ethical obligations of a doctor are to his patient, right? That ethical obligation just overwhelms all other obligations. The major ethical obligation for an accountant and an attorney is to their client. Now, consider, however, journalistic professional ethical obligations. The journalist has obligations to the reader, to the subscriber, to his bosses and superiors, so to his organization, to the subjects that he is writing about, to the individuals he's writing about, to the people that he interviews, to his sources, and to his profession. Right? The ethical obligations of the journalist are so varied that they tend to reduce the power of professional ethical obligations. They just don't seem nearly as clear and as forthright as they are in the case of the attorney, the accountant, the dentist, or the doctor, right? Where there's just one party to whom you primarily have ethical obligations. The journalist has ethical obligations to his reader, to his organization, to his profession, to his subject, to his sources, right? His ethical obligations are so incredibly diffused that his ethical obligations are not nearly as clear. They are just spread out to so many different entities that they are not as immediately compelling as they are for the normal professions. And so too, think about expertise with regard to world trade, right? You not only have to take into account the effect of world trade on, say, consumer prices within your country, but you also have to take into account what will be the broader effect of trade deficits or trade surpluses, what will be the effect on your alliances, what will be the effect on your workforce, what will be the effect on your national cohesion, what will be the effect, say, on average and below average IQ members of your population and their ability to work and earn a decent living, right? There are just a lot of factors that you have to take into consideration. So let's get Michael back onto the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
4D, how are you?
I'm good, bro. Good to talk to you.
Yeah. So here's the deal. I do not think that the trade tariffs have been delegitimized as a concept. I just think that we're kind of never going to know how they would transpire if you had like really large tariffs. And so I heard Dan Turrentine on Two Way.
Yes.
Speaking of Two Way, I think you turned me onto that show, by the way. But which I love. I listen to that every day. I don't know if I ever told you that. But what he said is that now we're not going to see the structural changes which the big tariffs promised. So I still believe in tariffs as a concept. I think it would have worked, but I do not believe that we're going to see manufacturing come back to the United States as people would understand that idea, because now it's turned into just like a beef with China, that we have 125% tariff on China. So first, the point was we need to bring manufacturing back. Now the point is just China is bad. We need to mess with them. So it seems to me like the goalposts have shifted, and maybe, as you say, there's reasons why Trump backed down from them, and maybe those were reasonable. So I find it disappointing, but it doesn't really affect my life personally. So I'm ready to just move on if this is how it's going to be.
Okay, here's one rebuttal to that perspective, and it comes from 12-step programs. There's a saying there: you can save your face or you can save your butt. And it's more important to save your butt than to save your face. And so it appears on the surface that Trump is saving his butt and saving America's economy by backing down, because the overwhelming reaction from the bond market and the stock market and the falling value of the dollar, that all these things happen together, it seemed to create a state of crisis. And so there's something more important than being right, and that's saving your ass. And so Trump backing down, and so that we no longer get as clear and definitive a result, I think it's less important that we get clarity on the result of substantial tariffs. It's less important that Trump looks good. It's less important that Trump is consistent. It's less important that a certain ideology is given a thorough test than navigating an incredibly complex world in a way that protects the best interests of Americans. So would you not agree that more important than ideological considerations and partisan considerations is the best interest of Americans?
Yeah, I do. And like I said, I'm willing to accept that perhaps that was the case. Just all things considered, it was not worth kind of going down on the ship of putting high tariffs on everyone. So I think we can agree on that. I don't think we disagree on the issue at all, actually. So I don't see any disagreement here.
Yeah, and then I have a follow-up, which is related. There's a concept in California driving laws: don't be dead right. So don't insist on the right of way. And I remember one time I blew through a red light at like 70 miles an hour, and if the opposing traffic had insisted on the right of way, I'd be dead and they'd be dead. And so even if Trump is right, but due to factors outside of his control, right, he is going to lose badly even though he's right. I think don't be dead right is a terrific principle in life, right? There are very few principles that you can pretty much always follow, but this might be one of those rare principles that you can always follow. Don't be dead right, right? Don't insist, even though you're right, if the results are going to be terrible for you and for those that you care about. And what do you think of that as one of those rare principles that you can pretty much always follow?
Yeah, I like that. I think in previously I've been guilty of being dead right, and like you kind of go on a moral crusade against your own self-interest, and you just have to say, hey, the world is an imperfect place and people are corrupt, and you just have to take things as they are and just move on.
I was reading, because my economics background is in the free market, Adam Smith, University of Chicago, Milton Friedman, UCLA approach. So everything that I've learned about economics has been on the case of free trade. But to try to balance that, I just read Robert Lighthouse's book, and he was Donald Trump's trade representative during the first term. And Lighthouse is not a free trader. He's not automatically against it either, but he's kind of in the middle. He sees a substantial case for protection for some industries. And he made the point that he was able to work quite effectively with Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats, because they too were very much interested in the well-being of America's manufacturing base and the well-being of America's manufacturing workers. And one of the reasons that Donald Trump won his 2 presidential elections is that he was able to get the votes of people who wanted more protection, who wanted more manufacturing jobs. And even if one, say, despises protectionism, and even if one, for example, despises the Maha movement, despises its rejection of medical expertise, even if one despises Robert Kennedy as head of Health and Human Services, the way that you win elections is by expanding your coalition. And if Trump is able to bring on lefties like Batya Ungar Sargon, who's a Marxist and a lefty, but she's on board with MAGA because she sees it as operating in the best interests of Americans. And so even if one ideologically does not like Trump's tariffs, if you overall support Donald Trump, then perhaps you can give him a break in that you can understand he only won election by promising more protection and more concern for America's manufacturing base and America's workers. Any thoughts?
Yeah, let me tie that to even the Russia-Ukraine situation, or war, I should say, which is that I heard you discussing earlier, people are pissed that Trump said that Ukraine started the war. It's kind of funny. You know, he has a way of saying things in a very concise and provocative way. And the kind of low IQ media response is like, oh, but actually, like, Russia invaded. So how can you say that? I heard Sean Spicer talking about that again on Two Way. And he's like, man, if I could talk to the president, I'd say, don't say that Ukraine started it, but talk about, you know, like, give a softer version of that. And I thought, that's why Sean Spicer, I like Sean Spicer, but that's why you were not a good spokesman for Trump, because you don't actually share his beliefs, at least not on Russia and a variety.
That's true. Yes.
A variety of other issues. So Sean Spicer, as press secretary, always tried to package Trump's views in a way that's like, actually, this is just normal Republican stuff. You and the media are exaggerating. So he had totally the wrong narrative and the wrong lens for presenting Trump's ideas. Even though, again, he is like, comes off like a cool guy, and I can say that because I listen to him every day. As I said, with Mark Halperin, they have a good dynamic going. It's not quite as good as Luke Ford, Michael M. vlog, but you know, they're getting there.
Yeah, and you're touching on something there important, that Sean Spicer comes from Republican Incorporated, right? He's a right down the middle member of the Republican Party. He's also largely aligned with National Review type conservative, and so he will try to soften Trump's harder edges to make them more aligned with mainstream Republican Party attitudes and with mainstream American conservatism. And Donald Trump mounted a hostile takeover of the Republican Party and then of the United States of America. And so I think you're picking up on something good. I don't want to run away from tariffs just yet. What do you think about the idea that Trump has this unique ability to dominate a conversation? And so we have talked about tariffs at an elite level over the past month since Liberation Day. more than any other time in my lifetime, like Trump has exerted a force field of attention so that tariffs has become pretty much the number one talking point for the past month. And Trump has a unique ability to do that. And those news organizations that ride the Trump train, right, they are able to pick up an enormous amount of traffic and subscribers by riding the Trump train, just giving him tremendous attention, while those news organizations that don't focus on Trump, they don't tend to pick up a lot of traffic and subscribers. So do you have any thoughts on what I just brought up?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, but if I can focus on the media point you just made, a lot of websites that started as a kind of splashy, oh my God, here's a new pro-Trump website. It's not National Review. It's cool. It's populist. But they ultimately converge towards the same thing. Like they would actually be against tariffs. They would actually be, pro-Ukraine. They would actually be still mongering war against Russia and Iran. I've seen that process repeat. One of which I'll call out is American Greatness. Didn't that website come out, and weren't you kind of like excited? This is a cool new.
Yes, but it very quickly turned against Trump. Like in 2017, it turned against Trump.
I wasn't aware that it explicitly turned against Trump. I just noticed that. I just find it to be just GOP Inc., as he put it. It's not fresh. It's not new. And it's the same thing. It's neocon. It's conventional thinking. It's not fun. It's not different. I could name other, like you could even say that about, I don't want to call out people by name because I don't want to alienate myself from like every single conservative media, but I don't know, maybe you have.
Yeah, I got some thoughts. So Julius Krein is the main intellectual behind American Greatness. And this project started with a bunch of intellectuals wanting to make the case for Trumpism in early 2016. So it was Julius Krein and Michael Anton writing under pseudonyms on I think a Blogger account. And then one of the articles that gained attention was the Flight 93 election, where Michael Anton likened the 2016 election to Flight 93 on 9/11, where the passengers stormed the cockpit because they saw they had no other choice. And eventually the intellectuals behind the nascent American Greatness were outed. Michael Anton went on to work for the first Trump administration. He's now working with the second Trump administration. Julius Krein went on to explicitly found this online magazine, American Greatness, that was initially developed to make the intellectual case for Trumpism. But then Julius Krein, like Ann Coulter, very quickly became disillusioned with Trump. And here's something that I've noticed, and that is whenever you ask more from a friendship or a political commitment or any kind of relationship, even if it's a virtual relationship between a political supporter and a president of the United States, whenever you ask more from that than it can give you, you will be disappointed and you will feel betrayed and you'll likely lash out. And so that this happens again and again and again. And I didn't ask more from Trump than he could deliver. I simply expected Trump in his first term that he'd make some progress towards reducing immigration. And while I was overall disappointed with his first 3 years, by the time 2020 rolled around, he crushed immigration. And so I was very pleasantly surprised by the results in his final year. And elsewhere, he made a little bit of progress towards the things that he campaigned on. So I was never disillusioned by Trump until after the 2020 election, when I hated the way that he tried to discredit the election results and how that led to January 6th. But people like Ann Coulter and Julius Krein, they put more weight, more belief than was rational on Trump. And so they became disillusioned and became feeling betrayed, and then they lashed out. So have you noticed this tendency where people put too great an expectation on a relationship, even a relationship with, say, Donald Trump, and then they turn bitterly against him?
I mean, just speaking specifically to those cases, it was just bizarre for Ann Coulter, even just as a career trajectory, to be anti-Trump. It was like, who is your audience? But she's really come around now that once again, she's one of the most articulate spokesmen for conservatism or Trumpism. She's really one of the best. She seems to just have a breadth of knowledge that is very impressive. I think she was a lawyer, and she had a background working under a Republican administration, I think Reagan, or so. She's no dummy. But some people go against Trump. I think in her case it was like an ego thing, like he didn't follow what she said specifically. So I think that some commentators get caught up in their own hype. They believe their own hype, and then it's a way of saying I'm powerful, so don't slight me, or else I'll go against you, and then you're in trouble. It's like, but you are a commentator, cannot be bigger than the movement itself, so it doesn't even make sense. But there's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge, because this is the through line that I notice with most commentators, and this is where I deliberately try to steer against this, and that is the upshot of almost all pundit commentary is to place the pundit at the very center of things. And so if you're saying that America is on the ledge of descending into communism or fascism, right? You're saying that the end is nigh, and therefore there's nothing more important. If the end is nigh, nothing is more important than the end is nigh. And because you are able to see that when most people don't, that then places you in an attitude of premium importance. And so it's discouraging, and I think it robs the credibility of pundits when that seems to be the upshot of everything that they're saying, is to try to advance their own status. And yeah, you do see that with these pundits who soured on Trump. And it also touches on a second important topic, and that is individual and his freedom to say the truth as he sees it, and then your responsibilities to the community. And so Amy Wax took Nathan Kofnas and Richard Hanania to task, because both Kofnas and Hanania have been overwhelmingly negative about the second Trump administration. And Amy's saying, you're not making my job easier, or those of us who support a conservative or right-wing approach to politics, when all you do is dump on Trump. And you've got to consider that Trump is going up against almost all of America's institutions, which are dominantly controlled by the left. And so he has an enormously difficult task. And you may make many valid criticisms of that, but you're lacking the perspective. And so you're only focusing on what Trump is doing right. And so I recognize the individual wanting to be 100% true to his perception of the truth. But also there is a case to be made for taking into consideration the effect of your words, and the effect of Kofnas and Hanania on people who take them seriously is demoralizing. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't really know who Hanania's audience would be. He definitely has an audience, so he has a bigger audience than me, so I don't want to, that's not like a cheap shot, but he's a very eccentric guy with eccentric views, and like we said last time, I think it's kind of a status signal for him. I think for Kofnas, he just genuinely doesn't like Trump. I mean, he's a professor, and you'll have a hard time finding university professors who favor Trump. But on the topic of conservative media, for 1 second, Trump said something like, "Russia, stop," and it was the headline on the New York Post, and actually even on the whole media. Like, they loved that headline that Trump said something confrontational towards Russia, and they hyped it up towards 1,000. And then kind of the next day, Trump's like, well, no, I don't think, Russia's okay. They're trying to end the war. So it wasn't quite what they wanted to make it out to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a fascinating time to be alive. And here's one challenge that I'm wrestling with that Nathan Kofnas posed to me. He said there's virtual unanimity among economic experts that Trump's tariff plans are a disaster. How can you oppose that? And I don't have one clear response, but I have a small response, and that is some topics contain too many variables for any discipline to be able to credibly claim expertise. And so I think we all know that economists' predictions about the overall national economy are quite mixed. They're not terribly impressive. They don't earn the respect that science has earned, because economists predicting the future with so many variables that will influence the national economy, that their record is quite mixed. So too with climate change and forecasting the climate, the record of experts there is quite mixed, because no individual can credibly claim to be an expert in international trade, because there are just so many damn variables. There are the variables on prices for consumers. There are the variables on the effect on a nation's workforce. There are national security implications. There are national cohesion implications. There are alliance considerations. There is international balance of power politics considerations. So I do not give economists, even trade economists, deference as the definitive experts on international trade, because there are just way too many variables outside of the realm of economics to accord them status as experts. So too with regard to climate change, there are so many variables with regard to climate that no individual scientist can possibly have expertise in the arena of climate. And so you're therefore, you don't get the deference of science, because you are confounded by far more variables than you can possibly master. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely agree in regards to trade. Like, you would have to literally just try tariffs. There's no study that could prove it one way or the other. Climate change, I'm a little bit more deferential towards the experts, actually, at least as far as they can say that we've seen the temperature rise, and then we've like found a parallel with the rise of CO2. So that to me seems like something you can kind of verify a little bit more easily. And so even though it's kind of rare for someone in the conservative space to say what I said, but I've just never really been persuaded by the conservative raging against climate change. I heard kind of a transition here. I heard Jordan Peterson talking about that. He's very skeptical of the climate change narrative, but he was on Joe Rogan. I don't know if you caught that. And I was thinking, like, Jordan Peterson is a guru, and I've never heard Luke Ford talk about Jordan Peterson. So what do you think about him?
I've talked about him a bit. He's never held my attention. I did watch one documentary about him, but listening to him has always made me uncomfortable. And I couldn't quite put my finger on why, but I just feel like I'm listening to someone who's just so mentally ill that it's just uncomfortable for me to listen to him. And so I think that Jordan Peterson makes many good points, but he's just too mentally disturbed for me to listen to for very long. And I think while he can be a useful guide for some people in certain situations, overall, he's deserving of a great deal of skepticism, and particularly when he plays the outrage pundit. I don't have any time. And when he claims, I've read 300 books on global warming and I know therefore it's a hoax, I don't buy that. I don't buy his claims outside of his expertise. I've never been a Jordan Peterson devotee. I just always felt profoundly uncomfortable listening to him, because I couldn't name it at first, but as the years went by, I could name it as just such a high level of mental illness that seems to be operating there. Any reaction?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I want to use the term mental illness. That's funny, but he does get a little weepy sometimes, and people make fun of him for it. I don't want to make fun of him he's an emotional guy. He's like an artist, he's like maybe a little bipolar. Well, I guess that would be mental illness. But he tends to tear up sometimes, but he's passionate. And nor am I a devotee to Jordan Peterson, by the way. But I think I respect him. And I bring him up because you hear he's like a very polarizing figure. So a lot of people on the far right like hate him for reasons other than what you said. And then some people love him, and then liberals hate him. But to me, I just kind of feel like, yeah, I respect Jordan Peterson. I think his way to becoming famous was kind of a heroic thing. Like he refused to say the pronouns and he took personal consequences. I don't think he did that as like a publicity stunt. He was just a professor, right? He was an academic. I read 12 Rules of Life and I thought it was good. Unfortunately, I can't find it, but I remember enjoying it and finding it like challenging but engaging. Someone gave it to me. Like a challenging book that connected biblical stories to kind of almost self-help or just self-improvement kind of approaches to life. Someone gave me his latest book, We Who Wrestle with God, and I think it should be called We Who Wrestle with This Book. It's like a very challenging book, let me say. But I don't find it to be a ridiculous book. It's a very serious effort. And now I know Luke Ford is going to say he's not a biblical scholar because he doesn't speak Greek or Hebrew, to my knowledge, but he does engage in a very serious and earnest examination with the Old Testament and the New Testament. So again, I don't necessarily find him to be like a pretentious guy. I think he is a very smart guy, and a lot of what he says is very speculative, but I think it's legitimate.
Okay, here's one strong critique that I've heard of Jordan Peterson that I would also apply to Dennis Prager, and that is they've each created a religion of one. Jordan Peterson's Christianity is not recognizable to any Christian denomination. Jordan Peterson is bored out of his mind at a typical religious service, but Jordan Peterson many years ago dreamed of setting up his own church so that he could preach. And Dennis Prager is similar. Like he's bored out of his mind at a normal Jewish religious service, but he likes preaching. And so Dennis Prager's older brother, who's an Orthodox Jew, tells Dennis quite accurately, your Judaism is a religion of one. And Jordan Peterson's Christianity is also a religion of one. So for each guy, their religion is not recognizable to any denomination within their religion. And
yeah.
And so I have some skepticism towards people who use religion for what seems to be self-aggrandizement, right? Both Prager and Peterson want to use their respective religion as an opportunity to preach to the world.
Well, that is definitely impugning his motives. I mean, he's not like I don't even think he's a Christian, but I don't care because I'm not either. So I think that he is genuinely interested in the Bible and the stories of the Bible. And you can't deny that. I challenge you or your listeners or anyone to pick up this book, We Who Wrestle with God, and you won't doubt his knowledge or at least interest in the Bible. But like, I don't think he believes in God, to my knowledge. So, but to me, I'm kind of the same. Like, I find the Bible very interesting, but I don't literally, believe in like the miracles or in Christianity. But I think for him, a lot of his audience, probably most of his audience, actually are Christians. So he's kind of, I can just say that bluntly because I don't care, but he is probably walking a fine line because he doesn't want to alienate people. So he's just kind of vaguely like talking about Christianity without actually being Christian.
Right. He wants the benefits of Christianity without paying the price of Christianity. And so you don't have to be an adherent to Christianity to recognize the difference between a Christian and someone who is trying to seize the advantages of Christianity without paying the price of being a Christian. And so this also would apply to Nick Fuentes, right? He recognizes that being public about being a white nationalist is just a loser. But if he wraps himself in Christianity and says, I'm Christian first, I wrap myself in the blood of Jesus Christ, that is much more palatable way to present himself. And yet when I listen to Nick Fuentes, I never hear any sacrifice that he makes for Christianity. And if you are going to claim the protection of Christianity, if you want to claim the benefits of Christianity, if you want to speak on behalf of Christianity, then if you're not paying the price for that, then it strikes me in Christian terms as cheap grace, right? It sets off my skepticism, and so it's fine. Don't be a Christian, or be clear that you're not a Christian. But Jordan wants all the benefits of aligning himself with Christians without being honest that he is not a Christian.
Yeah, I think he's just ambiguous about it. I don't see it as dishonest, but he doesn't profess to be a believer unless I'm missing something. But he knows more about the Bible than 99% of Christians. I have no doubt. But so I'm not seeing the hypocrisy. But again, the thing is that if you're a conservative, like 99% of your audience are Christian, right? So that's why I would never be like a good face of conservatism. Because I don't check the right boxes. And so he's an intellectual, and his audience is conservatives, and he's talking about Christianity, and he sees a lot of benefit of it. He interprets the stories of the Bible in almost like a psychological way. Something he said on Joe Rogan was that the sacrifice of Jesus represents the sacrifice you have to make in your own psyche of one part you must sacrifice to become a unified whole. Like I said, it's very speculative. It's not like true or false, but that's kind of what he does. Like, he comes up with a secular interpretation of the Bible. His takeaway is not, and that's why you must follow God. His takeaway is more like, and here's the moral lesson that you can take away from the story in the Old Testament.
So it doesn't trouble you that he's not more explicit. So, for example, Donald Trump wants the support of Christians. His biggest support base is evangelical Christianity. But Donald Trump doesn't do much to claim he's a Christian, right? He will do a little bit here and there, but Donald Trump is the most carnal, sinful, post-Christian American president that I can imagine. But he explicitly says, with me in the office of the presidency, Christianity will have power. But he's, I don't know, I just find him much more forthright about his transactional approach to Christianity, while Jordan Peterson seems to play down the obvious fact he's not a Christian.
Yeah, I mean, point taken. I don't 100% agree, but I will say, final thought, I challenge anyone to try to read his new book. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think I've spent about an hour or maybe an hour and a half reading it, and I'm not even past the intro. So I'm starting to doubt whether anyone in America has actually read it. I think a lot of people probably bought it, but there's probably about a dozen people that have read it cover to cover. So
yeah, it's like Alan Bloom's The Closing of the American Mind. The first third is just compelling, fantastic read, but the last 2/3 is a real slog. But do you have 1 more minute? I want to lay something out for you.
I love Closing of the American Mind, by the way. I didn't find that a difficult read. I've read that several times.
The last 2/3 you didn't find a difficult read?
The discussion of Nietzsche and Plato. No, I mean, it was definitely less concrete than the first part. But I love Alan Bloom, the legacy of Alan Bloom. Ravelstein is a book, kind of fictionalized version by Saul Bellow, which is about Alan Bloom. So that's another one for people to check out.
Okay, I got one more thing for you, if I can hold you for another minute.
Sure.
Who determines the winning narrative? So, for example, it seemed like in the first few weeks of the second Trump administration that Trump was determining the narrative, and then the last 6 weeks the narrative has gotten out of his hands. And so I think it's worth asking, how do you control a narrative? So I'm looking at a Wall Street Journal column here. The president has lost control of the narrative, but he has a chance to retake it. So my fundamental question is, who determines the dominant narrative? And my answer is the dominant determine the dominant narrative. And even though Trump is portrayed as a bully, the narrative is primarily determined by the dominant in our society, and the dominant are those who control our institutions, particularly our institutions who dominate narratives such as cultural institutions and media institutions, which are dominantly in the hands of the left. Do you have any thoughts on who determines the dominant narrative?
I certainly don't have any answers to that. And in fact, I find it kind of a mystery because the way that people kind of ignore or follow the manufactured opinion through the media is mysterious to me, because apparently the dominant narrative was controlled by Trump in order to win the election, but now supposedly his approval rating is going down because now the narrative is people are listening to what the media says. And I know you would say people are not gullible, but it seems like sometimes they are. So I can't solve that one for you. Sorry, 40.
Okay. Thanks, bro. Good to talk
Right.
to you.
Take care.
Okay, so my answer to the question that Michael just raised is that people are not gullible with regard to things that are vitally in their interest. And given the consequences of tariff policy are not going to be vital to most people because there's nothing they can do about it. And so even if something is vital to you, but there's nothing you can do about it, there's no rational reason where you should be invested in determining the truth of something. So when I say people did not evolve to be gullible, it is people did not evolve to be gullible with regard to that which is vital to their interests and that to which they have substantial effect. Right? If something's vital to your interests, but you have no power over it, then that is not what I'm talking about. And so with regard to tariff policy, 99.999% of Americans have no influence on America's tariff policy. Therefore, they are not rationally incentivized to delve deeply into it. So in areas where you're not rationally incentivized to take a strong stand, in that, right, there is no evolutionary reason why you should not be gullible, right? If you can't affect political and international outcomes, there's no rational reason why you should be terribly invested.
I don't think that matters, but the actual cash flows have materially changed.
By the way, I think long term, America's got leverage here. Everybody wants to invest, is ultimately going to want to invest in America, including China. There's no question that we have the advantage on a long-term basis. The question is, do we have the patience?
Well, if you go from -2 to plus,
given our democracy, given our bond market, given everything that goes on, we're such an ADD society.
Okay, then then what I would say, Andrew, I think that's a very good point. What I would say to that is, then we need to communicate better. It needs to be a single point that's repeated by everybody in the cabinet. And what they should probably focus on is, hey guys, we just flipped cash flow. We went from negative cash flow to positive cash flow. Here are the actual numbers. And don't deviate from that, because then I think Americans would say, hey, this thing is working. Let's let it play out, to your point.
Hey, Sachs, here's my question for you. So we hear, the president say he's talking to President Xi. We hear Scott Bessent say that he's in talks with China, or that the talks are going to begin. And then you hear China say, no, we're not talking. There's no talks happening. We don't know what you're talking about. Stop saying these things. What are we all supposed to believe?
Well, look, first of all, I need to say that when I'm on this show and I'm not talking about AI or crypto, I'm just a civilian, right? So I'm not a spokesman for the administration. Rare earths. So there was some good stories in the New York Times about this over the past couple of weeks, which I think were largely accurate. China identified this as a critical industry, and the rare earths, the ore itself is distributed all over the world. I mean, China has some advantages there, but they're not huge. It's the processing of the rare earths that's very expensive, very complicated, and they decide to dominate that industry. And they're responsible today for over 90% of the processing of rare earths. And then the next step in the supply chain is that those rare earths get cast into rare earth magnets, which are a critical component in pretty much every electric motor. And so they're a critical component of the automotive industry, but not just cars, lots of different products. And I think China makes something like over 90% of the cast rare earth magnets. Well, by the way, this issue still has not been resolved. China has now cut off the United States. And so as part of this trade negotiation, we're going to have to, resolve that issue. And I trust that it will be. I mean, what you've heard from the president and the Treasury Secretary over the past week is that they've indicated a desire to engage in bilateral negotiations with China and to essentially de-escalate this trade war. But I think it's been very useful, again, as a stress test to reveal our critical dependencies on China that we've exposed. We never should have let this happen. This, from a national security standpoint, we worshipped at the altar of this free trade god to the point where we became dependent on China for these critical components in our supply chain. I think that was a catastrophic mistake. And I think that it's exposed these dependencies we've created on a nation that is not our ally and that we can't count on them. It's a country of concern. So I ultimately think that we're going to need to learn from this experience and very rapidly make some major corrections here.
Andrew, let me just highlight what I think is one oft not talked about point about the discussions that are underway. There's a lot of conversations about tariffs and about trade deficits, but very little about regulatory parity. And I think that this is really critical for these trade negotiations to actually resolve to a positive outcome for American businesses and American enterprises, because there is not parity in how American businesses can do their work overseas relative to how foreign companies can do work in the US. So if you're an Indian company and you want to sell something in the US, you set up an LLC, you set up a bank account, you set up a store, you take a lease, and you sell your product. There is not a lot of hoops and challenges to that business operating in the United States. I'll tell you a story. In 2005, 2006, Monsanto, which was a seed company that doesn't exist anymore, launched in India cottonseed, seed for cotton farmers that basically had a trait in it that would prevent worms from eating the cotton. And so Indian farmers were paying 450 rupees an acre for cottonseed before. Monsanto basically put this cottonseed, the yields went through the roof. The farmers made 5,000 rupees per acre of incremental profit, and they charged 1,500 or 1,400 rupees per acre for the seed. So it was more expensive seed, but it had a 5,000 profit improvement. And it took off, took the whole market. 90% of farmers bought the seed, not because they had to, but because it was better. And what ended up happening was the Indian government stepped in and said, you got to lower prices. You got to go back to the price of 450 because that's what's fair for farmers. And the farmers were like, we're doing great. We don't need to have this kind of price control. But the government put price control in and ultimately sued the company, went to court, and stole their IP, and they left the country. And this was a company that had invested, well over $1 billion in developing and launching this product. The same is true, by the way, in pharmaceutical companies, in software companies, and hardware companies. If you want to go do business in China today, you have to set up a 51% JV where some local company owns 51% of your equity and your IP. The stories around the world, I think, start to paint a picture of why American businesses find it so hard to develop international markets and sell into those countries, when in the US, we make it so easy for companies based in foreign countries to come and sell in America. And that's a big part of where the trade imbalances arise from. It's not just because Vietnamese people can't afford expensive American goods. It's because it's so much more regulatorily difficult to do work in these countries. They can come in and take your IP. And so I think that this is like a really important part of the trade.
So I asked Grok the other day, how do you succeed as a live streamer? And one of its points was to pay attention to the audience. So let's have a look at the audience on X right now. So I'm going out live simultaneously on 6 platforms, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, on Odyssey, on Facebook, and on Kick. Got to fire up Kick in my browser. So Kick was started by Australians. It's funded by gambling ads, but let's have a look here at the comments on X by Kip. Good news is the US dollar is best at all currencies in the last 10 years. That's not necessarily good news. It's good news for some people. It's bad news for other Americans. It's not necessarily good news for America that the American dollar is so strong. It hurts American exports and it helps imports into America. The bad news is de-dollarization is a real thing. Well, it's not necessarily bad news. It depends to the extent of de-dollarization. So you can hold dollars for investment reasons, or you can simply maintain dollars to do deals. And most deals in the world are done with dollars. And that's still true, but we do seem to have a shift away from holding American dollars for investment. So Kip says the de-dollarization movement has accelerated since we used the SWIFT system to steal from Russia, and BRICS, the countries like Brazil, have mushroomed since that boneheaded move. Trump is trying to leverage America's monopsony, meaning America's dominance, by getting better deals through tariffs. Yes, I think that's true. If you devalue a currency too much, nobody will want it. Tariffs are rapidly de-industrializing the United States. Trump is attacking all allies, then trying to isolate China. It's more evidence that he is stupid, whether it's low IQ or due to dementia. All right, there are very substantial grounds to criticize Trump's tariff moves. Even if you support tariffs, you can say he's doing them badly, that he's doing them too suddenly, that he's not doing it in a coordinated way with allies to try to isolate China. Japan, for example, is not going to sign any kind of trade deal that impinges on its ability to make trade deals with China. America was deindustrialized once we allowed China to join the WTO in 2001 as a most favored nation. So manufacturing jobs went from 17.2 million in 2000 to under 11 million by 2012. Typo Fan says Americans are extraordinarily spoiled, and it may be our undoing. Well, you can point out ways that Americans are spoiled, and you can point out many ways that Americans are not spoiled. Americans are about the hardest working advanced economy in the world and pretty close to the most productive. So people overseas notice vast American wealth. What they often don't realize is how hard Americans have to work for that wealth. In Australia, everybody gets a minimum of 4 weeks off a year. Right? There are no minimum vacation days for most American workers, or for a large number of American workers. It's all in the negotiation between the worker and the employer usually has the strong hand. Hopefully, Donald Trump will be overthrown this summer once we have mass unemployment and empty shelves, plus people's student loans going to collections. Right? I don't think that's going to happen. China and Mexico, says Kip, are able to pencil whip their way out of tariffs, but manufacturing 99% of a widget, then shipping it to Mexico adds 1% to the widget, then ships it to America as a product of Mexico and therefore gets to avoid tariffs. That's something that the Trump administration cracked down on in its first term by renegotiating NAFTA, and its intent on keeping a lid on this is huge. So the reason that Trump has unilaterally employed tariffs all over the world, including on an island where there are only penguins, is to head off this type of situation. So you just can't say, hey, this widget comes from Lesotho or some island only filled with penguins, to try to avoid Trump tariffs. That's why they were employed universally. And so the news media and the elites just had derision for the universal nature of Trump's tariffs, but there may have been some strong arguments in favor of it. People are paying attention to tariffs because they threaten to destroy the U.S. power and influence and to wreck our economy. Yes, I agree. That's a large part of the reason people are paying attention to tariffs. Lord, protect our moral leader from the perils of uneven sidewalks. Protect our moral leader from his grandiosity that causes him to stop paying attention to the uneven sidewalks and the challenge they present, because he's so lost in thinking about all the amusing things he's about to say on a live stream. Elliot Blatt, looking at the YouTube chat. Do you notice how pervasive trauma talk has become? Yeah, it's become incredibly pervasive over the past 10 years. It's become the answer to all ills, and that has been incredibly discrediting. Bob says, my dishwasher wouldn't work this weekend. I had to wash dishes by hand. A humbling experience. Bob adds, my read of The Art of the Deal is that Trump explicitly tells us he just wants to make deals. It's not like he's hiding this. Jane Jacobs argues that regional monetary policy is the key to thriving economies. Almost everyone is focused on tariffs, much less on monetary policies. One of the possible goals of this administration is devaluing the dollar. This gets less attention. Have tariffs been prominent as a tax since the West got the income tax? Not generally. Do most people understand that US dollar as the world currency gives the US government an incredible advantage? Yes, it does give it an incredible advantage, but it also imposes incredible disadvantages. Have you heard any news about Gunt? What's his real name? A lot of speculation that Ethan Ralph is dead. I don't know if that's true. Bob Outberger makes a great point. Jordan Peterson never gets to the point. He is an enterprise. Not sure if his business or his ideas are more important. Well, neither. It's not his business. It's not his ideas. What's primarily important to Jordan Peterson is attention. Right? He is primarily competing in the attention economy. I saw the Jordan Peterson interview of Peter Thiel. Peter prevented Jordan interrupting him several times. Quite funny. Peter knew how to handle Jordan's personality and silence him. It's like Peter was quite well prepared. He knew what he wanted out of the interview. He steered it to his liking. This is another great point by Bob. One function of books is to have it on your table as a conversation starter when you have people over. Yeah, particularly women. All right, it's often awkward the first time you have a woman over to your place, and given that I only date women who read books, it eases the conversation. When I have lots of books around, it opens up conversation. Someone like Jordan Peterson makes YouTube videos they will then make a point about grabbing your book and asking you about it. It's a better conversation than talking about the weather. The domestic regulatory regime in many foreign nations is a major barrier to establish a foothold in foreign nations, more impactful than tariffs. Yes, true. European grocery stores have discovered it's impossible for them to establish themselves in the Norwegian market because of Norwegian regulations.
Trade discussions and negotiations that a lot of people miss, that American businesses will see massive revenue growth and massive market adoption if we can get regulatory parity in some of these key trade
Okay,
deals.
let me ask you a different question. Chamath raised the issue of Ken Griffin, who made some comments this week about the brand that is America, and effectively said there was sort of a sell America situation going on.
So I give Aaron Ross Sorkin for being so relaxed and so congenial and fitting into the ethos of this podcast, as opposed to Larry Summers, who was so angry when he appeared a couple of weeks ago.
And my question about the brand that is America is whether you think after these tariff, whatever deals get done, that you can put the toothpaste back in the tube, that you can get the trust back, that there's not going to still be some kind of toothpaste on the rim of the tube that you can't stick back. It gets all nasty and crusty, right? That to me is a fundamental question. I want to read to you what Ken had to say. I think Ken was probably a bit of a reluctant Trumper the second term, but nonetheless, he's been outspoken on a couple of things. He says, if you think of your behavior as a consumer, how many times do you buy a product with a brand on it because you trust that brand? In the financial markets, no brand compares to the brand of U.S. Treasuries, the strength of the U.S. dollar, the strength, the creditworthiness of U.S. Treasuries. No brand comes close. We put that brand at risk. What say you?
Well, look, I think there's a fundamental question here about whether you think there's a problem with the status quo or not. Ken Griffin is one of the biggest winners in our economy under the current status quo, and I don't think he sees a big problem that needs to get fixed. But I think
Right, a strong dollar is good for some parts of America, but it is bad for American manufacturers and those whose livelihood and well-being is affected by the strength of American manufacturing. A strong American dollar is good for American consumers in that they get to buy cheap products from overseas. It's also good for overseas nations shipping goods to the United States. So there are winners and losers from free trade, as there are winners and losers from tariffs, right? It's not like America as a whole is clearly winning or losing from having a strong dollar. So this is the question I put into Grok this morning. There are just too many variables with global trade for anyone to be an expert. There are too many variables with global trade for any one academic discipline to be able to claim expertise. So I am more respectful of expertise than populists in general, than Trumpists and MAGA. I am less respectful of expertise than the elite consensus. So one difference between elite opinion and regular American opinion is that elites are much more deferential to expertise. So I'm right in the middle between experts and populists. And it's not enough just to have expert opinion, right? To me, that is just the beginning of the discussion. All right, we have experts at the CDC, Centers for Disease Control. They tell us that about 36,000 Americans die of pneumonia each year. So to me, that's just the beginning. I don't automatically discount that or accept it. I don't automatically venerate it or despise it. I want to know, how was this number arrived at? And the answer is it was arrived at by guesswork, initially with regard to pushing the yearly flu shot. It's not based on death certificates, so it's not nearly as significant as the CDC releasing numbers of Americans who die from COVID. Right? That number comes from a death certificate, right? A physician, someone with expertise, decided that this person died of COVID. Now, there's a populist challenge. What's the difference between people who die of COVID and people who die with COVID? And it sounds like a smart challenge, but it falls apart upon analysis because the average length of time between contracting COVID and dying from COVID is 14 days. So when someone's had a health condition for many decades and then they die of COVID, I think it's fair to say they died of COVID, right? They were obese for 40 years. they had pre-diabetes or diabetes for 25 years, and then they catch COVID and they die within 2 weeks, they died of COVID. They died from COVID. They didn't just die with COVID. People who died of COVID, from COVID, overly died of COVID, not just dying with COVID. So it's important to delve into the claims of experts. So we're told, for example, about inflation numbers. And so I don't automatically respect inflation numbers, and I don't automatically reject inflation numbers or numbers with regard to unemployment. I want to understand how are they arrived at. And when there is a substantial discrepancy between popular opinion and expert opinion, then I don't automatically side with the experts and side with the people. I want to go deeper. So I want to place myself in the middle. And that's why we had this thoughtful Politico article. The voters were right about the economy. The experts were wrong, right? Unemployment in the United States is far higher. Wages are far lower. Growth is less robust. And inflation is much higher as regards to regular Americans than government statistics and experts suggest. So one of the main critiques of Donald Trump's trade policy is that the American economy is doing great. We have record low unemployment, and we're on a great trajectory. Now Trump is messing things up. But are we on such a great trajectory? So for the last 5 years, if you owned real estate and if you had a substantial 401k plan, you came out a winner. But at least half of Americans don't own real estate and don't have a substantial 401k plan. In fact, the majority of Americans do not. And they came out as a loser from the last 5 years of the economy. So we had the mainstream media, the elite media, the elites puzzled about the economy. And why do regular Americans say the economy sucks, and yet the experts say the economy is doing great? Why are the people so stupid as to not recognize that the economy is great? And our elites and our elite media and our elite politicians were angry at the public's failure to register how great the economy really is. And the elites would blame right-wing disinformation for conning voters into believing preposterous narratives about America's economic decline. And so it's important, I think, to take these divergent experiences on a case-by-case basis and not automatically assume that the people are wrong, and don't automatically assume that the elites are wrong. So what's really going on? And so we have this unemployment number of 4%, and that counts anyone as employed, even a homeless person who does an odd job or two, right? They counted as employed, right? So Democrats overwhelmingly were much more inclined to believe what the official economic indicators reported about inflation, about employment. Republicans were much more inclined to believe what they were seeing with their own two eyes. So I'm not someone who holds that common sense is and firsthand experience is just far more reliable than expertise, right? In some circumstances it is, and some circumstances it is not. So I try to take these things on a case-by-case basis. So in this case, Republicans, average Americans, were much more clued in to the true state of the economy than the experts. So we have a small cohort of federal agencies that report economic statistics, but just because a government agency says something and releases a statistic does not mean that it strongly correlates with truth. Right? There are circumstances where official government pronouncements and statistics correlate with truth, and there are other circumstances where government statistics much more loosely correlate with truth. So the bottom line is, for 20 years or more, including the months prior to the election, voter perception was far more reflective of reality than government statistics. Now, there are going to be other circumstances where public perceptions are less reflective of reality than expert opinions. So I don't want to fall on either side of this divide. So take unemployment, right? Our record low unemployment number misleads in many ways. First, it counts as fully employed the millions of people who are unwillingly underemployed, right? People who work only a few hours each week while they're searching for a full-time job. Second, it does not take into account millions of Americans who have been so discouraged that they no longer try to get a job. And it does not take into account the meagerness of any individual's income. So you can be homeless, living on the streets, making an intermittent income, be incapable of keeping your family fed, and the government counts you as employed. So if you look at these statistics and revise them to understand how they are distorted, right, you'll recognize that the real unemployment rate is about 24%, right? About 1 in 4 American workers is functionally unemployed today. Right? That's hardly something to celebrate. Right? Weekly earnings, right? That only tracks full-time wages. It doesn't track the wages of those who counted as employed. Does not track the wages who are homeless and just doing odd jobs. So these official government statistics tell us that the median wage in America stands at $62,000. But if you track everyone in the workforce, part-time workers, unemployed job seekers, right, the median wage is about $52,000. Right? American workers on the median are making 16% less than prevailing statistics indicate.
Like we just talked about, I think there are some big problems. I mean, Freeberg just laid out the way in which trade with China is non-reciprocal. Like our companies cannot participate in their markets the same way that they can participate in ours. But it's worse than that. Like I talked about, these WTO rules gave China the opportunity to strategically annihilate our core industries that are critical in the supply chain. And there's one other piece of this which I think is really important, which is the race to the bottom. I mean, if you're an American company and you are still producing in America and your competitor is able to go to China and undercut you, obviously you have to do the same thing because, I mean, those are just the rules of the game. And so we've had this race to the bottom where if you're an American company operating under these rules, you have no choice
It's worse.
but to export your manufacturing, your supply chains. So, we've had these rules that, again, under the status quo, I would say they're not free trade. It's unfair trade. It has all these perverse consequences. It's bad for middle America and this manufacturing belt of the country. And it's created massive strategic dependencies on an American adversary.
I'll say 3 things. Let me just say 3 things quickly. Number 1, I think Ken is massively long Pax America. I mean, he's built a $42 billion.
Okay, so everyone deserves some skepticism, right? Government, and also the claims of populists, the claims of Republicans, right? We all benefit from accurate criticism. Okay, think about a prominent issue from the 2024 campaign, inflation. So Democrats spent the campaign saying that inflation was no longer a problem. And let it be noted that I was highly skeptical in 2020 into 2021 that inflation would become a big deal, and I was wrong. Inflation became a much bigger deal than I expected. But our consumer price index perceives reality through a rosy-looking glass, right? Those with modest incomes purchase only a fraction of the 80,000 goods that the CPI tracks, and they spend a much greater share of their earnings on basics like groceries, healthcare, and rent. So if prices for eggs, insurance premiums, and apartment leases rise at a much faster clip than those of luxury goods and second homes, right, the CPI underestimates the impact of inflation on the bulk of Americans. And that's exactly what happened, right? So for Americans with modest incomes, right, inflation since 2001 has risen 35% faster than the official consumer price index. Right, the resources required simply to maintain the same working class lifestyle over the last 2 decades have risen more than 1/3 faster than we've been led to believe. Right, your average American was financially worse off over the last 5 years. Now, in 2023, the official CPI indicated that inflation was only 4.1%, but the true cost of living was more than twice that. It was 9.4% for working class Americans. Right, so Democrats and elites and officials told us that wage gains outpaced inflation in the crisis following COVID. But that's not true, right? During 2023, if your average American purchasing power, average working American purchasing power fell at the median by 4.3%. So reality was drastically more dire for the great majority of Americans than official statistics indicated than what our elites and elite media told us. So the elites, the elite media, and Democrats were telling us why are Americans so stupid as to not recognize what a fantastic economy we have, and why isn't the Biden administration doing a better job of selling its economic accomplishments. But the Biden administration did not have economic accomplishments for the vast majority of Americans. The vast majority of Americans were financially hurt by the Biden administration. And in 2023, all right, they went backwards on the median average by 4.3%. So Americans with bachelor's and more advanced degrees have since 2013 seen their material well-being improve. Those without high school degrees have seen no improvement or are falling behind. So we have a whole bunch of economic indicators that all point in the same misleading direction. They all shroud the reality faced by the overwhelming majority of Americans. Right? Some Americans came out financially ahead after 4 years of Bidenomics. But the majority of Americans, the lowest 60% of American income earners, did not. So don't just trust the experts, and don't just distrust the experts, but dig into the basis of, say, elite claims.
Billion-dollar empire. He owns $1 billion of American real estate. So I don't see him investing in Ecuador anytime soon relative to the opportunity set in the United States. And I think that's what speaks to the second point, which is investing is always a relative exercise. On Wednesday, I had a meeting with a Brazilian multi-decabillionaire, very, very, very successful guy. And we were talking about the tariffs and the investing posture. And he's like, there's still no other country other than America that I can really put my money to work in that makes any sense. And I kind of pushed him. What about China? What about India? And in all of these markets, there are, as Freeberg mentioned, vagaries in China. There's different problems in India. There's different problems in these other markets. Europe is roughly uninvestable. So the more generalized answer is on a relative basis, the United States is still the shining beacon on a hill. There is no investable alternative for scaled capital except the US. The last thing I want to say is just to build on what Zach said. Andrew, the thing that we keep forgetting is when economic leverage spills over to political leverage, what happens to the United States? And specifically what happened this week was on the rare earth side, not only did China constrain rare earths into the supply chain, what they then did was tell South Korea what they could do with the rare earths that they gave them. And now all of a sudden you have this geopolitical spillover where it's not just a country constraining supply, it's a country now dictating the political and trade practices of another country. So let me ask you a question. How do you think America is in the best position to make its own decisions? For example,
right. So people understand the ethical obligations of the doctor. They're overwhelmingly to the patient, but the ethical obligations of the journalist are incredibly diffused. And so economists are nearly universally opposed to tariffs, but how much deference should we give the expertise of economics with regard to tariffs, given that there are so many variables outside the realm of economics, right? Here's my point. There are too many variables with global trade for any one academic discipline or any one individual to be an expert, right? There are just so many variables. There are supply chains, there are currency fluctuations, there are geopolitical tensions, there are labor costs, there are environmental regulations, there's consumer demand, there are national security considerations, right? Expertise is going to be specialized, right? So you'll have economists focusing on trade theory and comparative advantage. You'll have logistical experts focusing on supply chains. You'll have lawyers dissecting World Trade Organization rules, right? No one individual can grasp every important variable here, right? Medicine and economics are not sciences. They do not deserve the prestige that comes to science. We accord great prestige to science because it's proven to be so useful. But even though economics and medicine use scientific methods, their disciplines overall are not scientific disciplines. They just contain elements of science. So economists do not have a great track record predicting national economic futures, right? Because there are so many variables, right? How much deference should we give economic predictions or global warming predictions, say for 5-10 years from now? There are so many variables that we don't accord these predictions great respect. And another thing that causes non-elites and non-leftists skepticism about many elite claims is when the elite claims and the elite predictions accord with pre-existing elite and left-wing desires. So, for example, there is a major opinion difference between elites in the United States and regular people with regard to free speech. Elites want much more regulation and much more suppression of free speech, and they want much more deference to expertise than regular Americans. Regular Americans don't want limitations on free speech, but American elites dramatically, by dramatic numbers, do. And so why is it that the people making the case for global warming end up at the same place that the left desires, even if there was no such thing as global warming? Right? The further left you go, the more you have rule by experts. Communism means rule by experts in the name of the people. Socialism means much more rule by experts than a free market approach. Right? Socialism and communism, when you start going significantly towards the left, it means rule by experts. And so the global warming crowd just so happens to want the same thing that experts and the left want, even if there was no such thing as global warming. They want expert rule. They want increased limitations on individual choice, such as whether or not to drive a car. Right? They want much more elite regulation of our lives, and they want to accord the individual far fewer choices in life. And so when the experts in one particular area, such as global warming, just so happen to prescribe the exact same policy prescriptions that they would push for, even if there was no such thing as global warming, that to me is a cause for some skepticism. So economists are not famed for the reliability of their predictions because there are so many variables and they interact so chaotically. Right? It's not that economists are entirely clueless, right? They're better than nothing, but think about weather predictions, right? It's better than nothing, but it's certainly far from 100%, right? And Grok largely agrees with me. Global warming, like macroeconomics and global trade, is a domain with an overwhelming number of variables interacting chaotically, and that makes comprehensive expertise by a single person or even a single academic discipline impossible. Right? The climate has intricate and chaotic interactions across atmospheric chemistry, ocean currents, land use, biological feedbacks, human activity, right? Each with its own subfields and uncertainties. Right? So many variables with so chaotic an interaction between them that no one person can, or no one academic discipline can claim convincing expertise in the overall project of climate change or in the overall project of global trade. Right? What's the track record of global warming experts and their predictions? Right? It's quite mixed because we have great complexity when it comes to climate. We have all these countless chaotic interacting variables: atmospheric chemistry, ocean currents, human emissions, feedback loops. So there are some areas where we should give expertise great deference, and then there are other areas where we should have considerable skepticism. Right? If the experts are right with regard to Trump's tariffs, and all the experts seem to be pretty much unanimous that Trump's tariffs are terrible, then why is Wall Street only down 7% from its all-time record highs earlier this year? Right? If Trump is such an idiot, such a buffoon, such a disaster, then why are the bond markets and the stock markets only falling towards a modest level? Right? Science has enormous prestige because it is useful. Economics and medicine are not sciences. Therefore, they do not deserve the prestige that we accord to science. Science gets prestige from its ability to predict, to produce reliable, testable, and transformative results, predictive and explanatory power. Right? That's what we accord science. Right? Economics straddles science and social science. It uses mathematical models and statistical tools and empirical data, but it's not a science. Right? Medicine has some scientific claims rooted in biology, chemistry, and physiology. It has some randomized controlled trials, but medicine has so many variables. It's so complex. Right? There's the variability between different groups of people and different individuals. There are ethical limits on experiments. There are evolving diseases. Right? It does not have the precision of physics. Right? Both medicine and economics apply scientific tools, but they are far messier than the hard sciences. Right? Economics must contend with human behavior, medicine with biological diversity. And so they do not deserve the prestige that we accord to science.
Example, let's say that there's a China-Taiwan situation and we need to decide one way or the other. And I'm not saying which way is right or wrong, but for the purposes of this, the thought exercise is China and Taiwan get into some spat. We have to take a side. And China says, we're going to constrain all the pharmaceutical APIs into the supply chain. We're going to constrain all the battery cathode into the supply chain. And we're going to constrain all of the rare earths to anyone who doesn't take our side. Now, how is America in a position to actually decide for ourselves what is in our best interests if that's looming over us? And I think that this is the big problem that this is exposed. This rush to globalism, the race to the bottom, has actually created a level of dependence that doesn't allow you to do what's in your best interest.
So, real quick, I agree with you in so many ways.
So much of the way that I understand the world is auditory. Right? I place a great deal of emphasis on listening. And so when Kemedov notes that my volume is low, he's not just putting his finger on a technical malfunction with my show, right? A lack of precision and proper amount of care for my listener. What happens is that I start my show with an enormous amount of energy and I keep peaking into the red. Right? I'm blowing out my volume in the beginning of the show when I'm just filled with energy and excitement. Now I'm almost 2 hours into the show, and the greater the intellectual challenge, right, the more challenging the various requirements of a live stream, the more fatigued I get, then my volume decreases. Just as in when you're watching a basketball game and players are tired, they will tend to miss their shots short, right? They'll hit the front of the rim instead of the back of the rim. And so as my show goes along, right, I lose energy and my volume drops. And if I don't pay attention to that, right, then it's not a pleasant experience for the listener. But the dropping volume of my voice is not just telling you something technical. It's telling you that I am increasingly fatigued, right? I don't have the same enthusiasm level. And it tells you that I'm struggling. And, right, it tells you a great deal about my current state. And any of the ideas that I'm sharing, they come out of my body. They come out of my physiology, which is increasingly fatigued.
I think the question that I have is not in what the ultimate goal is. It's how you get there. And is there a way to do this with a velvet glove, if you will? And maybe there's no way to do it in a better way.
But what is to say this isn't the velvet glove? This could be. It's that the stock market is down 6%. Like, it's not down 60%.
But this is what I think is so interesting, Andrew, is the way that Trump has already shifted the conversation. Because the truth of the matter is that before Liberation Day on April 2nd, which is 3 weeks ago, no one was talking about the unfair trade practices. No one was talking about the dependencies on rare earths. No one was talking about the race to the bottom. And Trump has shifted the conversation.
100%.
When Jared Kushner was on the show, he talked about how the Trumpian approach is controversy elevates message. And we said at the beginning that by having this Liberation Day, by planting this flag in the ground, Trump was creating leverage to then have these negotiations, and he completely shifted the conversation. Now, where I will agree with you is that the administration has to stick the landing here, right? Bessent, and it's not just Bessent, also Lutnick, these are all smart, talented people. They do have to then negotiate these deals, and we have to basically stick the landing. But I think the fact that you're saying that you don't disagree with where Trump is trying to get to, but it's mostly just tactical, is a huge shift in the conversation.
It may raise the issue the way you're describing, but at some level, it's also undermining a semblance of trust. I just want to relay two stories. One is, I've been talking to a whole number of multinational CEOs who do business in China. I'm talking about the McDonald's of the world, the Starbucks of the world, the Nikes of the world. And so many of them now talk about not just how consumers aren't going necessarily in their stores the way they used to.
I think there are very strong criticisms of Trump's tariff policy, and there are legitimate reasons to be concerned that Trump has done irrevocable damage to America, to the American economy. Good point in the chat, quote from Montesquieu, the less men think, the more they talk. So in much of life, I just blurt things out, and I think by talking. Then other times I do my thinking before I talk. I am highly impressed by the paleocons and how they have been right on virtually every major issue. And the paleocons are supportive of protectionist trade policies. They're supportive of nationalism. They believe that we should orient our economic policy around the well-being of Americans. So as a result, I'm reading more of Chronicles magazine, which is a paleocon journal, than I was for years. So here's one op-ed that spoke to me. Don't fall into the issue-legitimacy trap. So those issues that you think are legitimate will come from your particular hero system. And so, for example, I think Kamala Harris supporting the government paying for transgender surgeries for illegal aliens who are criminals and in our prisons, that is a legitimate issue because it's disturbing to me. It disturbs my hero system. And the idea that the government would pay for these surgeries, even if none of them were performed, but that she would support this and speak out on this is disturbing. And to me, it's a legitimate issue because I have a traditional porous understanding. And I believe that our sex overwhelmingly comports with our sexual organs, and that you cannot change your sex. All you can do is mutilate yourself. And I find it the prospect of people mutilating themselves to try to change their sex just incredibly disturbing. And the idea that the government would pay for it, even if it's just theoretical, just creeps me out. To me, this is a legitimate issue. I believe in a traditional understanding of marriage is between one man and one woman. Any deviation from that is disturbing to my hero system. I believe that our military should be a heterosexual institution. Right? I don't want gays beaten up. I don't want gays bullied. But I want our military to be a heterosexual institution. And so deviations from these things, right, causes me pain, physical pain. Right? And these are legitimate issues. What's legitimate, right, will be determined entirely on the basis of your particular hero system. And so often the media tries to tell us that we need to focus on the issues and we need to stop investing time and concern in fringe issues. But what are the issues and what are fringe will just depend entirely on the nature of your particular hero system. The media overwhelmingly has a liberal, left, Enlightenment hero system, right? That comes out of the Buffett identity, the notion that the individual on his own can decide right and wrong, meaning, purpose, and plot a strategic autonomous direction for their life, right? The trad recognizes that we have a porous identity where we're profoundly affected by what's going on around us, and this predisposes us to a different hero system. Chronicles magazine has an op-ed, Tariffs are essential to a free people. It says, over the last 5 decades, America has offshored trillions of dollars worth of economic production to rival nations. This has impoverished the American people. It has sapped America's economic vitality. That money and power are two sides of the same coin. Without economic independence, like the ability to manufacture steel, machinery, and semiconductors, there can be no political independence. tariffs are not just an economic option, they're an existential necessity. The United States of America imposed major tariffs for the first 120 years of its 140 years of its existence. America maintained the highest average tariff rate through the 19th century, during which time the United States prospered, became the richest country in the world by the 1880s, and it industrialized. Right? By 1870, the U.S. was the second largest industrial power in the world behind Great Britain. By 1870, America produced about 1/4 of the globe's industrial output. Right? By the end of World War II, America was the world's factory producing half of all manufactured goods. Then we went free trade. We've been running trade deficits since 1974. In 2024, our trade deficit was nearly $1 trillion. Right, the cumulative value of our trade deficits over the last 50 years is over 25 trillion. Right, this is the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. How did America pay for it? By selling assets and by going into debt. Right, we sold tremendous amounts of our real estate to fund the trade deficits. 2024, foreigners bought $42 billion of residential real estate and $8 billion of our agricultural land and $12 billion in commercial real estate. Maybe this is one of the prime reasons why the median American household now spends more on needs such as food, clothing, and shelter than on wants, everything else, than at any time since the 1960s. To finance our trade deficit, we also sell ownership of our businesses. Foreign investors now own 17% of all American equities. So foreign businesses and foreigners have direct access to our technology, which facilitates intellectual property theft, which is worth up to about $600 billion per year. We also sell debt. Foreigners own almost $9 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities. They own about 24% of the public debt. Right, America became a debtor nation only in 2006. We pay over $150 billion in interest every year to foreigners for the privilege of buying their products that we should be building ourselves. Many Americans buy groceries by pawning grandma's wedding ring and racking up credit card debt. Consuming more than you produce is fundamentally unsustainable. No nation becomes great by consuming. All right, we've had a consumption bubble that destabilizes our economy. And tariffs can solve the problem by making America's trade relationships symmetrical. This will create opportunities for American industry by opening up foreign markets and protecting America's markets from unfair foreign competition. This will result in reshoring America's industry, which will restore the middle class, revive the American dream, including for our fellow citizens who have average or below average IQs. Right? There aren't high-paying service industry jobs for people with average and below average IQs. But if you're physically strong enough to work in manufacturing, you can earn a much better living than through middle IQ service industry jobs, right? We have become import dependent, right? We have come to rely on foreign countries to supply us with critical resources and products. We are import dependent on China. We are largely import dependent for machine tools, which transform raw materials into something useful. We used to be the leading manufacturer and global exporter of machine tools. Now we import 93% of our machine tools. Right, so this endangers our national security. Right, imagine if we had another pandemic or a hot war and global supply chains disrupted. How will Americans scale up industrial production without machine tools? Right, we lack the industrial capacity to do so. We lack the machines to regain our manufacturing edge. We're increasingly dependent on imported technology. We imported over $760 billion worth of advanced technology in 2024. Right, we are buying from foreigners the future that we should be building ourselves. Right, this endangers our national security. The world runs on computer silicon chips. We import far more chips than we produce. We depend on Taiwanese chip makers. This makes us vulnerable. We rely on foreign chips. We don't even manufacture the photolithography machines required to print the chips. These come from the Netherlands and are shipped to Taiwan, and then the chips are finally shipped to America. Our entire modern economy depends on foreign manufacturers. We depend on imported steel, imported ball bearings, imported automobiles, and ocean-going ships.
But really about the American dream, the American brand. And they talk about the idea that, if you were a young kid and you got a job at Starbucks, you used to go home to your family in China and say, and your family go, wow, that's amazing. They're not doing that right now. So many of these companies are even trying to reestablish how they market and advertise their companies, almost as if they're a local business, not an American brand. And I don't know what that ultimately means. But I also was talking to a Chinese CEO who made I thought, just a fascinating comment to me, which was, we're cool with the U.S. being the leader. We were always cool with that. We're okay with that. We don't love it, but we're okay with it. It gets a lot more complicated when you have to be the winner. And I think that's an interesting sort of construct, this idea that we're first and we have to win. And I know Trump is telling, citizens in the U.S. that we're going to win, but he's also telling the world that. And I think
that Chinese CEO should have written that memo to Xi Jinping and see if he agreed, because I think he would say, no, we are the winner. Look, you got to remember in 2003, 3 years after China was admitted to the WTO, Hu Jintao became premier. He had this incredible speech. And in it, what he said is, there are these 10 boxes. And I've written inside these 10 boxes all the critical industries that in 25 to 30 years from now will dictate supremacy in the world. We are going to create national champions, he said, in those 10 areas. And what's interesting about Xi, despite the ideological differences to Hu, he followed through with it. This is a group of people. So we can say what the CEOs are going to say. But at the end of the day, the CEO of China Inc. is one man. And he and his C-suite have been pretty resolute, which is even when he inherited a political ideology that he didn't completely agree with, he followed through with it, which is these guys in these 10 areas now own the critical inputs that make the world go around. And I think it's pretty reasonable to do a risk assessment to say, well, how do you stand up to that and actually have your own point of view if you don't have your own method of having access to those things? I think that is the most important question. Everything else about, brand and all of this other stuff, I think comes after this question. This is the critical question, because if they can tell you what to think, that is not winning.
Yeah, I would just add to that you hear this criticism of Trump a lot, which is that, okay, he's right on the issue or his instincts are correct, but there should be a nicer way of doing it. And I guess I would give that story more credence if the people making that criticism had actually been advocating for a change in the status quo prior to Trump. And they weren't. I mean, we had this bipartisan globalist consensus that pretty much all trade practices with China, no matter how unfair they got, was basically good for the United States. And no one was really doing anything about it until President Trump made it this issue and made the unfair trade practices conspicuous. So if somebody else had been willing to take that on, then I maybe would give credence to this idea that there's some non-Trumpian way of doing this. But I just don't think that's the way our political system works. I think that the way our political system works is that you have to completely shift the conversation first to create a new consensus, and then you work out the deals. And that process can be a little bit disruptive.
Okay, one tiny follow-up. So I don't know if you guys saw the news this morning, a report out that Apple is going to move its manufacturing of iPhones that are exported to the U.S. or imported here in the U.S., but they're going to manufacture all that stuff in India, not in China anymore. So they're going to move all the manufacturing to India.
See you in 2035.
They say they can do it supposedly in 18 months by the end of 26.
Bet.
You say no way.
Bet.
Well, I think this is geopolitically smart.
Yeah, they should do it, but I'm just saying it's very smart. It's not going to get done in 18 months.
I don't know how long it's going to take. But look, I think one of the big lessons here over the past 25 years is that you have security first. Security has to be worked out first. Then you have trade. If you build your whole supply chain and all your trading relationships with countries that are fundamentally adversarial to your interests, and we can get into that part of the U.S.-China relationship, but I think most people would say that we're in some version of a new Cold War with China. Obviously, you're going to have to revise your trade relationships because, again, we can't be dependent on an...
So the federal government has become increasingly dominant in our lives, in particular as a result of the civil rights revolution, where we have much more government intrusion, investigation, and monitoring of our most intimate dealing. As a result of the civil rights revolution, we've essentially replaced our Constitution of freedom of association and property rights with a new constitution, the Civil Rights Constitution, which added all these civil rights protections at the cost of our freedom of association and our freedom of the use of our property. And one of the results of a bigger federal government is that the federal government has much more say over the operation of much more of our lives and many more of our institutions, including our universities. And the left has been very effective at using government funding of universities to further left-wing goals. For example, the Biden and Obama administrations made university funding contingent on stripping away basic legal rights for men accused of sexual misbehavior on college campuses. Now, we have the federal government, at least nominally, in the hands of Republicans and President Donald Trump. And you may be a free market guy. You may want the government to be a neutral arbiter in human affairs. But given that the federal government has so much power, and given that the left consistently uses this power to push a left-wing agenda, why should not the federal government now push back against this left-wing agenda? And so maybe the Trump administration is onto some good things with its pushing back against left-wing dominance in the professions and in our universities. So President Trump posted on Truth Social last Tuesday, perhaps Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status. Perhaps Harvard should be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological, and terrorist-inspired sickness. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest. So Obama's IRS was looking to make life difficult for conservative nonprofits. It denied nonprofit status to all Tea Party organizations that tried to get nonprofit status. So when Democrats have been in power, right, they have not been afraid to use the power of the IRS and the power of federal spending to push much of American life to the left. So maybe it's a good thing that Trump is pushing back against that, right? Maybe Trump should use government power to withhold federal funds from institutions that have become captured by the left. Maybe it's good to pause or cancel billions of dollars in federal funding for institutions that push a left-wing agenda and do not act in the public interest. So in 1983, Bob Jones University versus the United States, Supreme Court held that universities' admissions policies were discriminatory on the basis of race, and therefore not in the public interest. And therefore, Bob Jones University could not be tax exempt, could not be a nonprofit. Well, virtually all of our universities have operated with racial discrimination for many decades, racial discrimination against white people and against Asians. So why should they get tax exempt status when they are operating in defiance of the United States Supreme Court ruling prohibiting racial discrimination? Right? I think Trump might be doing the right thing here.
Adversary for core components that then go into our military, for example. So security always has to come first, then you work out trade. And I think that India is fundamentally extremely aligned with us on security because they view their biggest potential threat and adversary as being China. And that is basically the way that the US sees the world as well. And so I do think that the US-India relationship is just very aligned. And I think, therefore, the investments that get made and the trade relationships that get forged will be very stable over the next couple of decades. Whereas, you know, if you make a big investment in a country that could be your adversary, you should expect that that relationship could get disrupted.
I don't think the Apple deal is from a standstill. My understanding is Foxconn and others have been working with Apple to actually stand up manufacturing capacity in India for some time now. And I do believe that they probably have 1 or 2 model runs already active in the country. So I don't think that this is necessarily from a standstill. Let's go recruit the people, figure out the processes, find the builders, stand up the facilities, that there's probably a model system already running that's now about replication and scale up, which is why they have confidence in the stated goal. It's not often that Tim Cook will stand up and say, I'm going to do something in 18 months and then be delayed by years. He's not Elon. He's going to come out. He's going to be very clear. He's always been very clear. So, and my understanding is this has been thought about for some time. Andrew, I think you've been to a lot of conferences where for 3 years now, you've been hearing people banging the table saying, get everything out of China as quickly as you can.
Yep.
Tim Cook's heard that message. He's been thoughtful about it. He's been planning for this day. I don't think he wanted to be declarative about this until the day came. Well, the day's here.
And how do we feel that it's gone to India? It's not coming to America. I think we knew it wasn't coming to America.
Well, India has one massive advantage over China, which is that it has 1/5 the labor cost of China, which has 1/5 the labor cost of America.
And India is not a major geostrategic rival in anything like the way that China is. Right? The average IQ in India is about 81. Right? The average IQ in China is in the neighborhood of 105. So the Chinese are a far more formidable people than the Indians. And so we have much more reason to take care of people who can hurt us more deeply than those who are overall less threatening. Another article here in Chronicles magazine, and U.S. taxpayer support for the higher education gravy train. He makes a point that most laws depend upon a stated or an unstated quid pro quo. Right? So we had critics saying that Mahmoud Khalil, the green card holding Hamas sympathizer and someone who was publicly advocating for genocide of Jews, maybe he did not deserve to have residence in the United States, right? Because he was a clear supporter. State Department recognized foreign terrorist organizations. Any green card holder can be deported at the say-so of the American Secretary of State. So by supporting terrorist organizations such as Hamas, right, he abused the terms of his non-citizen legal permanent residence, and therefore he forfeited his rights to be here, right? He violated his implicit quid, meaning comporting oneself as a decent human being and not a threat, and therefore he lost his corresponding quo, his ability to legally remain here. And we have all of these examples throughout our legal fabric. We have Section 230, right, came from the 1990s in exchange for creating a forum for diverse discourse, right? Social media platforms are not treated as publishers for the purpose of defamation law. But when big tech repeatedly violated the quid by engaging in politically driven censorship, therefore a change to the statutory quo is appropriate. So think about the standoff between Trump and Harvard. Right? For decades, American institutions of higher education have benefited from extraordinary amounts of taxpayer funding. And the quid is that the universities would act in the interests of America. But instead, they have acted overwhelmingly as tools of the left. So therefore, by violating the quid, it's not unreasonable that the Trump administration decides to change the quo. Right? So American higher education no longer conducts itself according to the common good. And so Trump wants to condition federal funding for elite universities on the university's bare minimum compliance with the nation's civil rights laws. Right? They need to stop, for example, discriminating against white people, against men, against Asians. So the elites have overwhelmingly lined up to defend universities and their rights to discriminate against white people, against Asians, and against men. So I'm really glad that this Trump administration is not trying to pay off student loans and is challenging universities to justify or change their anti-white, anti-Asian, anti-male discrimination.
So India is a natural place for a lot of this next generation labor to end up. Plus, they have a very educated workforce. Plus, they have a young workforce. In many ways, you could say that it's China circa 2003. I mean, you have to remember, right? Like China from 2006, I think, to like 2012, their GDP grew at like 10% a year. I mean, can you imagine what that must have been like when a country that big is growing that fast? So India is going to have that moment over the next 20 or 30 years. The only reason I scoffed at what you said...
Do you invest in India, would you?
I have a large rare earth mine in India. Yeah, it's one of the largest supplies of rare earths outside the United States. We negotiated that deal with the PMO, and they gave us a great deal to compete with the Chinese. Our specialty chemicals processing is on the ground there. And then the idea is then to import all of that specialty chemical into the United States and then do all the
I like the
last
macro.
mile.
There's something about China where there's a lot of accounting fraud still, and you can't really trust a lot of the numbers. But if that all gets cleaned up, the macro is all right. It's exactly where it should be for
You mean India?
India, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I just think the structure, the structural realities just make it a good place to invest. I just think that India and the US are going to be very aligned for a long time.
Agreed.
again, their main security threat is China. And our main security threat is China. And this is not going to change for probably the entire 21st century.
A couple of weeks ago, Sachs and I sat down with the Indian ambassador, and it's very clear they're fundamentally aligned with the United States. And I think exactly what Sachs said is true. Everybody knows who needs to cooperate in order to have a reset of global trade policy and political leverage. So I don't know. I'm pretty pro-India. It's a very difficult place to invest. I agree with you, Sorkin. I've never made money there. I tried my hand at tech investing. Over a decade, I maybe have returned 50 cents on the dollar.
Why? What went wrong? Like, what's the macro reason?
The market was far too immature. My mental model was about how American success looked like. And when I tried to impose that on the Indian market, it all just blew up. So a lot of the Indian entrepreneurs, how they raised money was not from Indian VCs, it was from American VCs. And you can't tell an American VC an idea that just makes no sense to you because your frame of reference is the United States. So what turned out to work was a couple of very large bets that were copies of American businesses. So like the
So let's talk about the case that has captured a great deal of attention, the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And he was caught up by a gang injunction model that developed less than a mile from me, all right? It developed in La Cienega Heights. So Department of Homeland Security said April 18th that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. He's an illegal alien from El Salvador. He's a suspected human trafficker. And so what are these gang injunctions, right? So gang databases are tools used by law enforcement to track suspected gang members. And the thought is that they'll reduce crime through better intelligence, right? Knowing that people are part of an illegal gang that is disrupting the quality of public life and committing a lot of crimes, right? That is valuable intelligence. But overwhelmingly, criminologists are on the left, and they think that gang databases are not useful, not valid, because they show more Black people and Hispanics in America belonging to gangs than white people. But that doesn't make these gang databases not useful, right? Crimes are not committed by the same exact ratio between different racial or sexual groups, right? Men commit far more violent crime than women. Young men commit far more violent crime than older men. And different groups, right, from an ethnic, racial, religious basis, often commit different levels of crime. So the experts tell us that gang databases are not useful, but that just completely defies common sense. And so the reaction against gang databases, right, it took off in 2020 as the result of the death of George Floyd. So in July 2020, LAPD Chief Michael Moore banned his officers from accessing a statewide gang database because this database supposedly was flawed. But just every tool is going to have flaws. Right? Just because a database is not 100% accurate is no reason not to use it. California's then Attorney General Xavier Becerra prohibited police across California from accessing any record that an LAPD officer had entered into the database. So we had all these racial justice crusaders dismantling the use of California's incredibly effective gang database on the basis of disparate impact. And Donald Trump passed an executive order banning the use of disparate impact grounds, right? Life has a disparate impact because different groups have different gifts, right? So the timing of these bans on use of gang database all occurred, right, in the summer of 2020. And the whole factual basis for the database prescriptions fell apart. In February 2022, Los Angeles judge dismissed the city's case against 3 of the 6 officers charged with improper gang data entry, citing insufficient evidence. LA's left-wing district attorney dropped 2 of the remaining 3 cases. Even if the charges against the officers had been proved, they would have affected just a tiny number of data entries. Right? The officers who were exonerated were accused of a single incorrect entry each in a database consisting of about 80,000 entries. And the bans on the use of the gang database remain in effect in California, which impede the ability of detectives to locate gang associates of shooting and homicide suspects. And Persisting in his crusade against disparate impact, the LAPD chief forbade his officers from initiating low-level traffic stops lest they suspected a serious crime was afoot. He banned the thin blue line flag, the memorial to fallen officers, from precinct houses, police cars, and police uniforms, because according to the LAPD chief, the symbol had been hijacked by undemocratic, racist, and bigoted extremist groups. Right, so we have this sweeping response to alleged racial bias in California law enforcement, and the empirical case for that bias is weak. Right, racism is not the explanation for why different groups get convicted at different rates for different crimes. So in 2021, blacks constituted 51% of all robbery suspects in Los Angeles, whose race was known. Blacks are 8% of LA's population. But when you look at crime reports, right, that number matches the reports of people who have suffered robbery. Right, whites, 29% of LA's population, they made up 5% of 2021 robbery suspects. So blacks in LA were 37 times as likely to commit a robbery as whites. Right, these suspect identifications come from the victims of and the witnesses to violent crime, who are disproportionately minorities themselves. Right, twice as many black male offenders as white male offenders between the ages of 10 and 19 were arrested for felonies in 2021, despite there being 7 times as many whites as blacks. Now, racial justice crusaders argue that these disparities reflect bias on the part of the police, but bodies do not lie. Right, homicide statistics for victims and offenders are the gold standard of criminal justice data. They confirm the reality of crime differences. Blacks make up 36% of total homicide victims in LA. They are 19 times as likely to be killed, to be murdered, as white people. So why should our criminal justice system ignore black homicide victims in favor of white victims? So the way that the police solve the killing of black people is by combating the no snitch ethic that stigmatizes witness cooperation and tracking down assailants who are disproportionately black, means using things like gang databases. Right, responding to robberies and other violent crime is also non-discretionary. The police must answer all 911 calls. Should they ignore calls if they don't like the racial makeup? Heather McDonald has been on this issue for decades. She wrote back in 2004. Right, before immigration optimists issue another rosy prognosis for America's multicultural future, they might visit Belmont High School in LA's overwhelmingly Hispanic, gang-ridden Rampart district. Most of the people I used to hang out with when I first came to this school have dropped out. Observes 1 illegal alien from Guatemala. Others got kicked out or got into drugs. 5 graduated, 4 girls got pregnant. None of the older teens I met outside Belmont was on track to graduate. These teens are no aberration. Hispanic youths, whether recent arrivals or birthright American citizens, are developing an underclass culture. Hispanic school dropout rates and teen birth rates are now the highest in the nation, and gang crime is exploding. So because gang crime is exploding, we should track gang members who are very likely members of criminal and antisocial organizations. And so this policy of developing gang databases began out of La Cienega Heights, which is near the 10 freeway and La Cienega Boulevard. So you had the introduction of rock cocaine into this community and the emergence of street gangs in the 1980s, like the Playboy Gangster Crips. They sold crack on Corning Street and controlled the surrounding blocks. So we had a 1987 gang injunction that was specifically developed to stop this gang. Right, it was the first of its kind in the country. It was the first of a series of crackdowns on crime in the neighborhood. What made it important is that it was a barrier between prosperous, low-crime neighborhoods, and they wanted to stop the crime here to prevent it spreading south into Pico Robertson and Beverly Hills. So this La Cienega Heights neighborhood in the 1950s was 99% white and probably 90% Jewish. Then, with the introduction of busing to local public school in the late 1960s, the neighborhood very rapidly changed to majority black. So now the neighborhood is majority Hispanic, and Jews are pushing back into this neighborhood. Rents are going up. There's a housing shortage. And so we now have a neighborhood that's about 15 to 20% black, about 50% Latino, and increasingly Jewish. And so for the experts, right, for the directors of criminal justice programs at the Urban Peace Institute, right, cracking down on gangs, right, that is racially disproportionate. So blacks have been steadily pushed out of LA's core by rising rents. Now, we've got elite media here talking about the suppressive policing structure, right? Maintaining a gang database is exemplified by gang injunctions. Gang databases and sentencing enhancement has left a particular indelible mark, right? We've got barbed wire wrapping around fencing. Alleys are still padlocked. Well, it's not the gang injunctions that created the crime. The gang injunctions were a reaction to the crime that began when the demographics shifted in this neighborhood. Right, the California Gang Database contains the names of about 80,000 state residents, most of them people of color. And about 50% of young black men in Los Angeles were in that gang database. So is that the fault of the database, or is that the fault of a problem in a particular community? Right, this is Christopher Caldwell speaking about 15 months ago on the rise of the right in Europe.
Division two. Civic Platform tends to be the party of the German, the more German.
He's talking about the two major political parties here in Poland.
Influenced west of Poland. And in fact, it's the line between the two parties follows the line of the old 18th century partition of Poland. Law and Justice tends to be the party of the Slavic east of Poland. They both well, Civic Platform tends to.
So you don't get nearly as fluid a speech when a person optimizes for truth. Right, when someone's optimizing for attention or for rabble rousing, right, someone is particularly glib, right, they're doing that at the price of truth. So the reason that there's some awkwardness in Christopher Caldwell's speech is that this bloke optimizes for truth.
To have more influence among elite private institutions in Poland. The leading newspaper is Gazeta Wyborcza, which is firmly in the Civic Platform camp. And the second leading newspaper, which used to be a conservative newspaper, was just bought by an investment fund close to George Soros. And so that also has joined the Civic Platform camp. What Law and Justice tends to have is a kind of a traditional patriotism that people kind of like. It's a sort of a more like what people thought their parents thought being Polish meant. And that's kind of reinforced with a good deal of cronyism, and you could say patronage. They've made good use of the government agencies and bureaus they control. And so the two, you have this kind of like asymmetrical warfare between the two. But the thing that has been really decisive in Law and Justice's favor has been this migration issue. And when we talk about populism and elitism, I think we tend to think that there was a great surge of it in the middle of the last decade. And there are three episodes that we tend to associate with it. There's first of all Brexit, certainly the most extraordinary political event of our time. Second, the election of Trump. And I'd say third, the election of the Italian elections of 2018, which brought this left-right populist government to power, which was very interesting. But I would argue that actually the Polish election of 2015 was the beginning of that. And the context of it was that Tusk, who had been prime minister for 7 years, had just moved to Brussels. The migrant wave out of Syria had just begun. And the German public had just turned on Angela Merkel. And so there was a kind of an emergency about what to do about these million odd migrants who are now occupying every middle school gymnasium in Germany. Okay. And the plan that the European Union came up with was to distribute them to the other countries. This was the beginning of this plan. Poland had been part of a bloc of 4 countries that was able to veto this thing. The Civic Platform switched its vote and voted to accept Merkel's plan, which then became the rule, although it was never really implemented. When she did that, her name was Eva Kopacz. When she did that, she wound up on the cover of like half the newspapers in the country, and there was all sorts of there was just an absolute fury about her. There's one newspaper that I just remember. Oh yeah, there was a weekly magazine that showed her like dressed in a burqa, and then a headline on the magazine was, "Eva Kopacz will follow Germany's orders and ensure we live in hell." So at elections a month after that, the Civic Platform lost a third of its seats. And then something really interesting happened. There was a very complicated, the shortest way to say it is that, as in the United States, a new populist government came in and was able to change the composition of the courts, and that is true. But it was like just a tremendous drama on both sides. It involved not just stacking the courts with sympathetic appointees, but also changing the rules of the courts. There was a discussion about the role of the Polish Supreme Court and the Polish judiciary in general that resembles the one that we have here about activism. And there were really genuine problems, such as that of judges appointing their successors. But Law and Justice.
So Christopher Caldwell is an incredible thinker. He is the only person who will get me to reach for my wallet to pay for a subscription simply to read an essay that he's written. Right? I pay for $90 subscription annually to Compact Magazine to read his columns. I bought a subscription to Barry Weiss's Free Press, I think for about $100 a year to read Christopher Caldwell. I subscribe to the Claremont Review of Books for $28 a year to read Christopher Caldwell. And he has a way of speaking about things that enables him to publish in left-wing places such as the New York Times and the New Republic, that enables him to speak to a very broad audience and share with them, right, an understanding and empathy for right-wing populism that you don't normally find in the mainstream media. And he's able to do it in a way that a wide swath of thinking people can hear. I mean, this man publishes regularly in the New York Times and in the New Republic. But his book, The Age of Entitlement, was this bracing critique of civil rights legislation, right? And that book, right, dramatically changed the thinking of Charlie Kirk, who's one of the most effective political activists we have, who also hosts a nationally syndicated radio show. And so Christopher Caldwell's thinking on civil rights dramatically affected Charlie Kirk's thinking on the topic. Right? It's one of the books that most influenced Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk then had Steve Saylor on as a guest. Right? Christopher Caldwell is an intellectual giant.
Change the rules of the courts. And so then Civic Platform sort of began to pursue a different strategy of painting.
Okay, I want to digress briefly to a comment made by Kip, which exemplifies something that disgusts me in right-wing discourse. So Kip writes, did Trump promise to get rid of all illegal aliens or not, 40? I presume he did promise that. So what? Right? People promise things all the time that they are incapable of carrying out. Right? I am not going to be angry at Trump if he fails to do the impossible. They'd be angry at Trump if he failed to make any progress. Right? Trump has made more progress with regard to illegal immigration than any president since Eisenhower. He's absolutely crushed it at the border. But he's done a fantastic job with regard to illegal immigration. And if you fault him that Trump is not perfect, if you fault Trump for not being able to immediately do the impossible, then there's something in you that is invested in staying angry and isolated that has nothing to do with Trump's immigration policy. So you say, at this pace, you'll never remove the 15 to 20 million who, if given time, will create a low-trust society. So for every one person that we deport for being in the country illegally, approximately 100 will leave voluntarily. So if Trump removes 10,000 illegal aliens, another million will leave voluntarily. If Trump removes 100,000 illegal aliens, another 10 million will leave voluntarily. So don't get angry at people who are on your side and who are unable to immediately accomplish the impossible. It's incredibly isolating, self-destructive. It comes out of a pathology. You are getting a biochemical rush from getting angry at Trump for not immediately accomplishing the impossible. It's a pathology. It is against your own interests. It's a way of thinking about the world and about politics and about Republicans and about Donald Trump. It's incredibly self-defeating and isolating. But you have a compulsive addiction to a biochemical rush for getting angry at people who are unable to immediately accomplish the impossible. And why do you have this compulsion and addiction? Right? What needs in you is it meeting? And it meets your need to live in a cave, to live in an isolated state, to live in a world of conspiracy theories, live in a world denying reality. You get to be a rock and an island because, well, fully participating in life is just too painful. So like a wounded animal, you have retreated to the cave, and this just gives you more and more justification for staying in the cave, right? You are hooked on the biochemical rush that comes from feeling disappointed by anyone who participates more broadly than you do in wider society.
Law and justice before its allies abroad in the United States and in Brussels as some sort of rogue state that needed to be disciplined and sanctioned until it could be brought to reason. And this became very important in this last election. This last election was really, really interesting. It was interesting because each of the parties really tried to win on its strength, giving you it'll give you a sense of what the strengths of a populist party are and what the strengths of an elite party are. The European Union has finance mechanisms. I know this is sounding awfully complex, but the European Union during COVID created $1 trillion bond issue that for which all the countries shared the liability and which each country would get its individual slice of. To make a long story short, the European Parliament was prevailed upon to block Poland's money. So Poland wound up 60 billion euros short in its budget. And it's clear that Tusk now expects to be paid that money. So you have a situation in Europe where Poland will receive a certain amount of money if it elects the civic platform, but not if it elects law and justice. Now that is leaving aside the rights and wrongs of this whole issue, to a lesser extent France, and then talk about three things that are really influencing this polarization that we're talking about, namely immigration, the Ukraine war, and the role of the United States in the world. In almost every country, there is a white-hot passion over migration and demographics for understandable reasons. I mean, in some countries where the where the native population has been shrinking for longest, and I think specifically of Italy, Germany, and Austria in Europe. You now have a dynamic where each generation of native-born people in these countries is 2/3 the size of the generation before, and that's sort of this. This is something that it's surprising people have not worried about this more than they have. But in fact, it didn't really show up in the population statistics for a very long time because the baby boom generation is such a large generation that it was just moving through its life cycle in a way that actually appeared to add productivity to these societies, economies. How could it be a problem? We're producing more, and we're producing more because we have this gigantic native-born generation that is in its productive years. But as it moves out of them, it becomes a bit more of a drag. And now the baby boomers, they or we, have begun to decline and die. Non-European, in Europe's case, non-European immigrants, especially those from the Middle East and North Africa thus far, have rushed in to claim a place. And this has always worried people, especially after 9/11. But there have been some high points to this story. In 2015, as you'll remember, there was a refugee crisis in Syria, and then Angela Merkel, who was the Chancellor of Germany at the time, offered to open Germany's doors to these refugees, and to her surprise, she got about 1.5 million of them from not just from Syria, but from everywhere around the Muslim world. And it was a misjudgment that, in a way, broke the German political system and has infused German democracy with a very different energy than it had before. Now, we're nearing the end of this Middle Eastern, North African chapter in European demographic change. Demographic pressure from the Middle East is leveling off. Despite recent appearances in Gaza, the region is much less structurally combustible than it was 20 or 25 years ago at the time of let's say 9/11, when you still had a large, what some people call a youth bulge, where you had a lot of people in the, a ton of young men in the really passionate decades of life, let's say between 15 and 30 years old, and not enough spaces for them in society. Those people are now between 35 and 50 years old, and they've given way to a smaller generation. But in the interim, the demographic horse in Europe has kind of left the barn, and Europe is permanently transformed by this migration. There are parts of Europe, including France, Belgium, and Sweden, that are on track to be 1/4 or even 1/3 Muslim, depending on the future of migration. And this is one of the things that is going to keep this populist elite polarization alive. But on top of that, a new chapter is about to begin, and that's the African chapter in European migration. The population of Africa, which only passed 1 billion people just a few years ago, about a decade ago, is now up to about 1.4 billion, and it's going to reach well over 2 billion by mid-century, which is going to mean that in not much more than a generation, its population will have doubled. And generally, it's hard to make jobs and positions in society grow as quickly as the population grows. So there's every reason to expect that that migration pressure on Europe will increase. And right now, that migration across the Mediterranean is about 500,000 a year, but it's growing, as you can see if you watch the news, and it's taking every effort at every level of European government to keep that number only growing slowly. The numbers, the pressures that have been, the population pressure coming out of Africa is really mind-boggling the closer you look at it, and the entire dynamics of that area has changed since the US, UK, French invasion of Libya in 2011, which created a kind of anarchy in that Tripolitanian coast, as it used to be called, which informal actors have moved into, militias and mafias, and they have really strengthened their hold on the place, and it's a very hard thing for Europeans to break, short of using military means. And so there's a lot of complaints about the way Europeans are dealing with that source of migration, particularly from Libya, particularly the deals that the Italians have made with the Libyan Coast Guard and the deals that the European Union has just made with the government of Tunisia. When you look at these things, when you look at the population statistics, it's really amazing. And there's a Francophone American journalist who's just a terrific writer named Stephen Smith, who wrote a book on this subject. He was the Africa correspondent for Libération, which is a left-wing Paris daily.
We had him here a couple of years ago.
You did? Yeah. Well,
like 7. But,
Oh, Stephen Smith. Yeah. Well, you probably have heard these statistics, but I'll quote them for you again, okay? In 1950, Niger, which had 2.6 million people, was smaller than Brooklyn. But in 2050, it's going to have 68.5 million people, and it will be larger than France. And when that happens, Nigeria will have 411 million people, and it will be larger than the United States. Nigeria's capital, which is Lagos, in 1960, it had 350,000 people. That is, it was smaller than Newark. But Lagos is now 60 or 70 times larger than that. It's got a population of over 20 million, and it's expected to double, where it'll be about the size of Spain. So when you talk about population pressure, one of the things that Smith did was he said it's really amazing how a growing population that finds an outlet can expand in a new territory. And it's exactly what most of our forebears did when they came from the old world to the new world. It's the story of American growth. But in 1955, Mexico had 30 million people in it. And if you were to pose the question of, if you were to say, okay, in our time, a lot of Mexicans are beginning to go to the United States. What is the Mexican population of the United States going to be, in another generation or two? You would assume it would be some fraction of 30 million. But actually the number exceeds 30 million. It's about 40 million. So it's a real disparity, in the dynamism of populations can have tremendous consequences. Probably the most tremendous example we know of to date happened right here, which is the settlement of the eastern United States in the 17th century. I feel I'm getting a little bit carried away by this, but anyway, let's talk about how this is affecting Europe. If you look at what happened to Lampedusa, a small Italian island in September, Lampedusa is like a rock. It's like Lampedusa makes Nahan, look really big, 11,000 people arrived there in just not much more than a weekend. And when that happened, you got a good example of populist politics and elite politics. So you had the new prime minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. I say new, she's been in there for a year. She came with Ursula von der Leyen. Meloni campaigned for office saying, what we need to do in Lampedusa is we need to blockade the Mediterranean. We need to keep migrants out of there. Von der Leyen has a different message that she would like to sell to Italians, which is not unappealing, but it's a different kind of message. She says, we have European solidarity, and don't worry, no matter how many people come to Lampedusa, they will be evenly distributed across Europe. That's a perfect example of the two approaches to the problem. But what's going on now is that Meloni seems to be coming around to von der Leyen's point of view, and so you get movements inside of Italy. Meloni was, as those of you who follow Italy will know, Meloni is as a young woman was a follower of the Alleanza Nazionale, which is the successor party to the Mussolini's Italian social movement, and she was a real. Came from a troubled family, and that became her family, this sort of really right-wing Italian politics. And so when she was elected, people said, oh dear, this is the most right-wing person who's ever run Europe. But it was clear that she was evolving even then. The point I'm trying to make is that she will move into the center, but that move into the center will generate another sort of even more right-wing Italian movement, and there's a sort of a regeneration that happens in this. So the problem with von der Leyen's thing is that there's tremendous resistance to it in the European Union with the idea of dispersing migrants. There are 6 countries in the European Union that have said they're not going to take any migrants at all, period. And those countries are Austria, Denmark, Hungary, Latvia, Slovakia, and, at least until now, Poland. Okay.
All right. I respect our friend Kip, because even when I castigate him and criticize him and accuse him of suffering from a pathology and some kind of destructive addiction, right, he doesn't lose his cool. And I would like to believe his happiness level is not significantly reduced. I'd like to believe he doesn't lose sleep when I castigate him unfairly. And it appears I may have been unfair to our friend Kip. And he makes the point. I didn't say I was angry. I was just wondering when or if Trump plans to follow through on his promise to deport the 15 to 20 million illegal aliens. Okay, so I was unfair to you, Kip, yet again. And the answer is that the Trump administration has requested over $10 billion to fund this removal, right? This removal costs money that is not currently allocated to those entities that will remove the illegal aliens. And if the Republican-controlled House and Senate pass the big, beautiful bill that Trump has embraced, then there will be all the funding necessary to remove tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of illegal aliens. So if we get that big, beautiful bill, that's when Trump intends to follow through. And they have very specific plans. All right. They are aggressively trying to fulfill their promises on this very matter. All right. Here's an interview. So that speech that I was playing there from Christopher Caldwell, because he speaks in this elevated fashion, right? He was delivering that speech in January 2024 at Harvard University. So he has an ability to speak to elites and speak to a wide audience across the political spectrum. He has a unique ability to do that. Here he is interviewed on a podcast that was released April 4 of this year.
Administration that has really kind of been unexamined, but it comes from Clinton's philosophical position, which is still with us today, that there's something about globalization that had eroded the distinction between domestic and foreign policy. And that permitted the Clinton administration to just embark on a lot of things that were not traditional foreign policy. I should say that the first step in that was taken in the very last days of the George H.W. Bush administration, when we invaded Somalia for no other reason than to stop a famine, just because it would be nice. It would be nice to save those Somalis, and we failed, and we got a lot of soldiers killed. We got a huge influx of Somali immigrants. And then Bill Clinton became president, and all sorts of foreign policy goals began to crop up that didn't really...
Well, thank God for that influx of Somalis. I mean, think about how much they have raised America's human capital.
Seemed like anything people understood to be foreign policy. I mean, Hillary Clinton began to speak of a feminist foreign policy. She went to conferences in Egypt, in Beijing, about getting more women in the workplace. And it's not really a question that ever crossed the mind of anyone who thought about foreign policy up until 1992, but it became like the core of our foreign policy. And that inability to distinguish between domestic policy and foreign policy just grew without stopping, I would say, until January 20th, 2025. I mean, the fact that Hungary didn't have gay marriage was a major obstacle in American diplomatic relations with Hungary and over the last presidential term. The fact that Russia had laws against teaching homosexuality to grade school children was something the United States nearly boycotted the 2014 Winter Olympics over. And I think that a lot of people thought, like, holy cow, if this is foreign policy, I mean, this is not the sort of thing that I want my child to be killed on a mud.
Whoa, you don't want your child to be killed fighting for gay marriage in Hungary? What kind of freak are you? I mean, what? That's who we are as Americans. We die overseas in muddy fields fighting for the rights of gay marriage. All right, here are some posts on X that I saved and bookmarked. IRS was targeting conservative groups during the 2012 election campaign. Trump is doing nothing new. He's just using the playbook written by Democrats. Here's Mark Halperin talking about Russia, Ukraine.
Moments ago, President Trump, 201 please, responded at a critical time. Vladimir Putin did something that's either explicable or inexplicable, launching a very deadly attack on Kyiv. Zelensky is returning to the country because of the attacks. He was in South Africa. President Trump moments ago, I'm not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv, not necessary and very bad timing. Vladimir, stop. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying. Let's get the peace deal done. Incredible developments. This attack amidst the conversations. NATO officials in Washington today meeting with all the top Trump national security officials to talk about this issue. Newt Gingrich tweeting this morning, 105 please, an ally of the president, but with a much different point of view about the essential need to stop Putin and expressing greater distrust of Putin than President Trump normally does. It's clear from Putin's attack on Kyiv that he still does not believe there are any negative consequences for continuing the war. The West has not yet convinced the Russian dictator that the alternative to a ceasefire is a lot greater threat to his regime. Until he fears that there is a serious consequence, he will continue lying and fighting with stunning cynicism. Then there's this cartoon that caught our eye, 104, concern that the American peace deal lets Putin win. And you see the caption of the quote, let this be a warning to China. If they invade Taiwan, they'll only be allowed to keep some of it. I talked to many national security experts in and outside the administration. Nobody knows how this is going to go. The president and his administration threatening to basically end involvement in the conflict if there's not a deal. A lot of mistrust of Zelensky, who will be in Rome with the president in 2 days. A lot of distrust among some Republicans of Putin, and a fear that President Trump, despite his Truth Social post this morning, is not doing enough to make a deal that will be fair to both sides. So, gentlemen, Sean first, how do you think this is going to go now? Do you think that this is all bluffing and the parties will come together, or do you think there's a real chance the administration is going to walk away from military and intelligence assistance?
I think that might have been the plan yesterday. I think when Putin went.
Well, let's speed up to where Halperin really gets going here.
Trump's going to take this as a personal affront. And I think it's not just walking away, but I think it's not like he's just going to walk away. I think Trump's got to feel like there's going to be economic and potential military sanctions against Russia in a way that's going to make him feel this.
If what? If the attacks continue, or if Putin doesn't agree to a sweetheart deal?
Both.
Dan?
I don't know that I would I don't know that I would entirely call it a sweetheart deal, but I think it's the most favorable term that he's ever going to get.
Letting him keep all the territory is, in the view of almost everybody I've talked to, not.
Look, if they hold the territory, they have the cards, right? They get to dictate the terms, right? He who holds the cards dictates the terms. So,
a great deal for the world.
I mean, the idea that this would never happen on his watch, overnight, Putin just said
they're going to be in NATO.
We are at the fork in the road. I've never believed Trump cares one iota about Ukraine. I think he'll sell it out in 30 seconds. He is either going to stand up to Putin and guarantee Ukraine security, basically in the next couple of weeks, or he's walking away.
Yeah, it sounds tough to stand up to Putin, but how exactly is that in America's interest?
But there's no deal with Putin if you say they're going to be in NATO. There's no appetite.
Mark,
there's no appetite. But there's no appetite to put American troops on the ground. So you're saying guarantee Ukraine security with European troops?
and money and logistical founded Zelensky.
In terms of these negotiations, in terms of his ability to deliver, in some ways he's every bit as untrustworthy for these purposes as
Talking about
Putin.
Zelensky.
I'm not saying he's as evil as Putin, but he's as untrustworthy a negotiating partner from the president's point of view as Putin is.
Well, I think
Right. I can't think of anyone else in the mainstream media who would make that commonsensical observation. So good on Mark Halperin. So there are all sorts of men's sheds groups in Australia and I assume in the United Kingdom. So older men have a place where they can get together with other men and socialize. Now some of these men's groups have been forced to admit women. Right. That's bad, right? Men need space where they can just be with men, right? Nigerians, Ghanaians discussing maintenance culture in Africa.
I'm trying to say that, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to maintenance.
That's correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezie.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first, correct?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized countries, today one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance is a culture.
Right. If you don't have a word for something, you're not going to have a concept. And there's no word in current usage, for example, about anti-Gentilism, but just as there's anti-Semitism, there's also anti-Gentilism. Why does nothing in the Congo work properly? You're governed by a European country for so long. You should have learned how things work. Wasn't that long ago. Only 50 years. We celebrated independence just a few weeks ago. Until then, you're under colonial rule. Experience should be passed on. Only that way can you develop. Why does nothing in Congo work properly? You went backwards. Look at your railways, high technology from the 1930s. We didn't even have it in China back then. Look at the railroads in the mines. The cable lines are all messed up. I can't bear to see that. Right, you neglected the things that others had left you. This is a Chinese businessman explaining things to a local Congolese man. What's more, you've completely destroyed them. It will take generations to put things right. If I have money, I drink all night. No matter if I'm broke in the morning, then I'll drink water. It's like that here. Okay, this was a profound video that really shook me up. 9 ways shame changes your relationships with others, the characteristics of complex trauma, part 5.
One is what happens with shame is image becomes more important than reality.
Okay, so press 1 if this reflects the home you grew up in, because this very much reflects the home that I grew up in. My father was obsessed with his image, not because he was a bad man, but because this is how he learned to cope with his complex trauma. And then I have inherited these same tendencies.
So what shame believes and concludes is that if people get to know the authentic me, they will never love me and accept me and respect me. In other words, based on my internal world, which is not good enough, I will never get love, acceptance, respect, and my needs met. Therefore, the only way to get love, respect, and get my needs met is by creating an external world that people respect, my image. So all the focus then goes to creating the perfect.
So why does all my focus go to live streaming and online production? Because I want to create this image of myself.
Perfect outward external world that they think people will respect, cause them to like them, then cause them to want a relationship with them, then cause them to meet their needs. So the image, what they present to the external world, now becomes all important. So they have to act perfectly. They have to be impressive in how they look, what they own, performance. They got to control all of their external world in order to get acceptance. Then if they have children, and many of the clients I work with have experienced this, when they went out in public, they had to be dressed to the nines. They had to behave with all the right manners. They had to show lots of affection to themselves. But behind closed doors, it was a totally different story. There was anger. It was chaos. But in public, you had to be the perfect family because that's how you got respect. So the bottom line again is this: people cannot get to know the real me. We got to keep a big part of our life a secret and only let people see what we want them to see, what we can control, what makes us look good. Do you realize that that creates constant insecurity, constant fear that this house of cards that you created just might collapse? It feeds shame. And if something goes wrong, boy, that could mess up everything. So this whole image issue is big for many people because the alternative is become authentic. And that is super scary, but that is really what recovery is about, is becoming authentic. The next one is shame results in many insecurities. So shame basically begins to feel the need to hide parts of yourself that were rejected. So I got to hide my personality. I'm an introvert. I got to hide parts of my body because I got teased for that. So now what happens if I can't hide some parts of me? I can't hide my body. I feel insecure all the time about my body. What happens if parts of me that I've been hiding from my personality come out? So I start crying, or I get really sad, or I get angry, or I show fear. Then I get really insecure because I got punished for those before. I got made fun of for those before. And then what happens if the things that I turn to try to make me feel secure, to try to make me feel important, like my body, like my job, like my money, like my possessions, what happens if something threatens them? So I get older and I start losing my looks and I start losing my body and my figure, or I come up to retirement.
Man, this speaks to me. I mean, why do you think I've never shown you certain parts of my body? Because of the deep shame that I feel. Right? If I was at ease with my body, I would have shown everything. But my deep crippling shame prevents you from showing you certain parts of my body. Instead, I just project this false body image.
And I'm going to lose my job. Insecurity. So shame produces many insecurities. Insecurities about every aspect of you that has been criticized, made fun of, that you've rejected and hated about yourself, things that you've built to try to build security into your life, but are actually things that could be threatened. All of those cause a person to have deeper insecurity. But there's a second piece that comes out of complex trauma. What is it that causes a child to feel security? It's not just having a secure external environment. It's having a rock to firmly connect to. Mom and dad.
Right. I didn't have this growing up. Right. The first rock that I found was the music group Air Supply and the relationships that I was able to build when I was away from my parents.
who are safe, who are reliable, who are trustworthy. When a child has a rock, they can have an external world that's not totally secure, but they still feel secure because they're connected to the rock. So what happens if you can't connect? You feel insecure all the time. Complex.
Right. I moved to America in May of 1977. I turned 11 May 28. And one of the first descriptors that I got from my fellow Californians, I was living in the Napa Valley, was insecure. Right. I was highly insecure. Australians weren't as psychologically sophisticated, so I don't recall people in Australia describing me as insecure. But the Californians, they nailed it. This is me. Like this video describes my life, my childhood, my teen years, and everything I've done as an adult. So it's called 9 Ways Shame Changes Your Relationships with Others. I mean, this is what happened to my life.
The next characteristic that comes out of shame is this. You long for intimacy, but you're afraid of intimacy. So a child, again, has these built-in longings that are all connected to wanting connection.
Right. I long for intimacy, and so I do a lot of live streams. So I get a simulacra of intimacy, right? Just a taste. But because I get to control, most everything on a live stream, it's all on my terms. But I can only really share true intimacy if I put down my weapons and get offline.
Intimate relationship. They want to be authentic. They want to be known intimately. They want to be fully accepted. They want to share that with another person and experience not just physical intimacy, but they want to experience a deeper intimacy that comes from a deep knowledge of a person, shared values, shared passions, shared beliefs, a deep understanding of that person, and acceptance of that person. Healthy, meaningful relationships come out of that deepening intimacy that contains vulnerability, authenticity, total acceptance.
Right. Why do I devote such an absurd number of hours to my online activities? Because it's a substitution for real fair dinkum intimacy. Right. It's a simulacra of intimacy, but without the dangers of real intimacy. And I get to feel safe that I can control things if I just do it online. It's the search for followers rather than friends.
Total validation.
I mean, this is what I knew growing up. My father didn't have many friends, but he had thousands of followers.
And knowledge of each other. That is such a powerful thing. But come to complex trauma again. A child tries to follow all of those longings, to be authentic, to connect, to have intimacy, to be known, to be heard. And they get shamed, they get punished, they get rejected, they get hurt over and over again. And so they go, intimacy always ends up in getting hurt. But the longing for that deep intimacy doesn't disappear, especially when they get into their teen years, into their 20s. They just long for that companionship, that deep connection, that deep relationship intimacy. But they go,
right, I was longing for something that would make me feel good. So I would do things to get attention because attention felt good. I'd listen to pop music because pop music would make me feel good. I would obsess about World War II, or I'd obsess about sports because that would make me feel good. Right? I had all these substitutions for intimacy to try to hold myself together. Became addicted to pornography because pornography would make me feel good.
I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid if I go down that road, I'm going to get hurt badly. And so they long for it, but the fear keeps them from pursuing it. So what they tend to do is the next characteristic, and that is they go for pseudo connection, fake connection. So I can't have true deep intimacy. Let's have kind of a fake.
This is exactly what I've done with my life, pursuing pseudo connection, fake intimacy.
False intimacy. Let's do things that make us feel connected, but not at a deep, deep level. So they give feelings of connection, but there's no total authenticity, total acceptance, total vulnerability. It's trying to get intimacy with...
Right. I do a show, I put on a persona, and I try to protect myself. Right? This isn't real intimacy. Right? I feel so connected to you right now, but it's faux intimacy.
Without authenticity, intimacy without vulnerability. That's what they're going for. So just think.
Right. When I strap on a persona, right? I am trying to get intimacy without vulnerability.
Of much of our culture today, it is based really around people chasing fake intimacy, surface intimacy, pseudo intimacy, not
right. I love to go to sports bars because I get some surface intimacy,
genuine, real connection. So they long for feelings of intimacy. They're afraid of true intimacy. So barroom.
Every sentence this guy says rings true to me, right? This describes my life, man.
Environments, lots of laughter, lots of fun, lots of storytelling, lots of warm emotion. Everybody feels like a buddy, but nobody's talked about anything of any significance. The conversations only went a millimeter deep. You think of team sports. You have a shared goal. Everybody's striving together for the shared goal. They're in the same struggle. You experience victory, defeat together, the hard work, the coming together, laughter, a family environment. It feels so close, so connected.
Right. And same with a workplace, right? I've had a workplace that just fills me up, or a synagogue that fills me up, or some kind of club or group, right, would fill me up temporarily. But I was relying on this borrowed functioning by connecting myself with people who are functioning at a higher level than I was and who would kind of carry me along for a while.
But nobody talks at a deep level. It's the feelings of closeness without the actual authenticity and vulnerability. And that's what happens often in many military settings, in gang.
Right, from about age 8 or 9 onward, I just longed with all my heart, with all my soul for a girlfriend. Because I imagined that once I had a girlfriend, then I could have intimacy. And I had all these fantasies about intimacy, but when genuine connections, when genuine opportunities for that intimacy came up, I would push it away because I was too frightened. Though starting in 8th grade, when I moved out of my parents' home, then I started becoming a little bit more at ease with intimacy with other people. But then I moved back home, and I tend to return to the dysfunctional patterns that I saw in my home.
Gang type of settings, you're in a shared goal, shared conquest, shared struggle. Everybody's coming together, everybody's feeling close, acting close, but there's no true deep intimacy. Then you get people that come together with...
Right, I love cults because I get to feel, this pseudo intimacy. I love being welcomed into a new synagogue or a new yoga studio or this or that group. I love cults because they welcome you initially, right? American churches and synagogues are so incredibly welcoming because Americans lead highly rationalist, economically determined lives with frequent movement. And so an enthusiastic, welcoming church or synagogue is a simulacra of what genuine connection and community feels like when people have lived together, around the same people all their lives.
The shared common interest, a shared trauma, a shared goal, a shared hobby. They bond over one topic.
Right. I bond with a lot of people in my 12-step programs. Right. We got the shared self-destructive compulsion. When I went to my first 12-step meeting for sex and love addiction, right, pretty much everything that people shared, there was at least one thing in their 3-minute share that would speak to me. It's like, I'm home. Right. I just constantly looking for places where it's like, I finally found a home. There was a title of a Christian book that just moved me. I don't think I read the book much as a kid, but it was by a Christian psychiatrist, Paul Tournier, and it's called A Place for You. And just that title, that idea, Place for You, makes me feel good.
Connect over being able to open up about one topic. And sometimes when they open up about that one topic, it goes deep. It gets raw. It gets real. There's emotions involved. So there's vulnerability in one area. There's coming together, shared goals and desires and passions in one area.
I remember in my teenage years, I longed for a girlfriend, and I longed to tell her, I need you. To me, that was like the ultimate disclosure, the ultimate vulnerability. And when I finally started accumulating girlfriends in my early 20s, Many of them would pick up on, you're just looking for someone to take care of you, right? I thought it'd be the most intoxicating thing in the world for a woman to hear that I need her. But I was trying to substitute emotional dependence and my emotional regression for real two-way intimacy.
And you go, oh, we're so close. But that's only in one area. That's only in one part of you. You don't know the rest of the person. So it creates strong, intense feelings of.
Right. I had all sorts of delusions about what membership in a synagogue might mean. That, then finally I'd have a home for my complicated self. But I need lots of homes, right? I need friends, 12-step programs, good therapist, hobbies, groups aligned with my interests.
Of connection, but only around one area. So I hope what you realize is surface connection, pseudo connection, yeah, there's a place for it. It's meaningful to a degree. It gives good, warm feelings, but it's not true connection. It doesn't satisfy the deepest longings of the heart. It's not based on true authenticity and vulnerability. It's based on hiding. It's based on not being authentic totally. So what, again, I want you to understand is we all need deep intimacy. We all need true connection. Surface connection is great in superficial friendships and casual friendships, but we need a soulmate. We need close friends where there's total authenticity, where there's ability to be totally vulnerable, where there's acceptance, where it's safe to do all of that, where we're understood, where people get us. We share.
All right, press 1 if this moves you. Press 1 if this describes your life.
All parts of life, intellectual, emotional, relational, spiritual. That's what we need to get healthy. And so in recovery, it becomes very important to at least try to find one person that you can begin to gradually build.
So great news. I've found a new online mentor.
Towards deeper and deeper intimacy, deeper and deeper connection. Now you have to be careful because a lot of people, they go to physical intimacy too quickly. And all of a sudden they go, oh, we got physical intimacy. We're really close.
Right. I love to smash, man. I love to bang. Because then it also accelerated the path to emotional intimacy at times. So I was out there smashing, and I didn't develop the background and the foundation of emotional intimacy.
In a relationship, and they forget all about the other forms of intimacy. Really work at, I want to have soul intimacy. There has to be getting to know each other, a deep.
Guys, I want to have soul intimacy. Right? I don't want to have sex with you if you're a man, but I want soul intimacy. That's not gay, bro.
Knowledge, shared experiences, talking about a broad range of things, sharing all kinds of different emotions. Then, as we do that gradually over time, there's this growing sense of connection and intimacy. That's where the focus needs to be. So I need to add this. For some people who basically as a child in complex trauma say intimacy always results in pain, therefore forget relationships. But they still have a desire for connection and intimacy. And
so like attracts like, and what he just described describes a whole bunch of dysfunctional people that I know fairly well because they recognize in me a similarly wounded, dysfunctional person.
So what they then do is discover, usually by a fluke, that if they connect to certain activities, it gives the...
This is me. I learned to connect with promiscuous sex, to porn, not so much to shopping or video games, not to drugs, but I learned to connect to emotional processes, including under-earning, right? I would get a biochemical rush from under-earning and from debting. Right, it gave me a rush when I engaged in this profoundly self-destructive activity because it would replay the most intense emotions I had as a child, which is I often went the route of self-destruction to try to wring sympathy, empathy, care, and nurturing from others. Tried to manipulate them into caring for me by self-destruction.
Feelings of intimacy. It releases chemicals in the brain that make you feelings of connection. So what we've learned is when people
Right, when I would watch sports or watch porn, right? Porn was the most intense, right? Watching porn, it would feel like life was realer than life. Like colors were more intense. Everything was more intense. All my senses were more intense. It made me feel alive and connected.
Engage in sex and or watch porn releases oxytocin, releases dopamine, releases serotonin. Those are the chemicals of connection. And so people now go, who needs relationships? I can just do these activities and it gives.
And I'd watch porn and I'd think about how frustrating and cruel and contemptuous women had been to me in real life. And my way of getting revenge on them was by acting out my fantasies while watching pornography.
Me the feelings of connection, and that seems to satisfy. Others, they get that through eating food. Others, they get that through shopping. They get that through playing video games. Some even find it in drugs and alcohol. And so the point is this: our brain is driven to find deep connection. If you're not going to find it in human relationships,
Right, I had porn stars who'd come over and give me a blowjob, and that made me feel alive. That made me feel connected. That made me feel like I had the A ticket to life. Right? I was getting the true professional Hummer. Right? You know, sometimes after they'd just blown some Hollywood celebrity, such as Leonardo DiCaprio, and then they'd come over and take care of me.
It will find it in activities. It will find it in things that produce the same chemicals. The problem is that without the true connection happening, those chemicals.
Right, but it would leave me feeling empty inside. Yeah, I was drained, but I was drained and empty. It wasn't real intimacy.
Don't satisfy. Those chemicals give you a thrill for a little while, but leave you empty again because your deep connection needs are not being met. And it sets a person up for addiction. It sets a person up to pursue sex, porn, gambling.
And then I had a relationship with a normie girl who did not want to give me blowjobs. And when I asked for one, she said, "You've had enough blowjobs already from the porn stars. You don't need any from me."
Gambling, food, shopping, video games. I just need more. I just need more. I just need more. And then they become addicted.
And the more sex I had, the more sex partners I had, the more kinky the sex, right? The more I wanted.
So again, healthy connection is what living is about. It's what recovery is about. It is such an important aspect of life. Now, let me take you to the next characteristic, and that is people with deep shame issues coming out of complex trauma have jealousy issues. So,
oh boy, is this me? Right? I have the most intense jealousy issues. I have the most intense tendencies towards trying to manipulate other people to pay me attention and to nurture me. All right, I have the insecurity and the lying and the addiction issues. Everything described in this video is me.
Shame is convinced that if you get in a relationship, your partner is eventually going to find somebody better than you. That there's a whole lot of fish in the sea, and shame believes I'm not a very important fish. There's a whole lot of better catches out there than me. That's the
right. I'd get consumed with jealousy, and then I'd try to eroticize it. And it's like, oh, you know, what if my partner goes off and has sex with a black guy who's got a really big dick? I wonder what that would look like.
Bottom line belief of shame. So shame believes that if I'm in a relationship, it proves that I'm lovable. If I'm not in a relationship, that must therefore give proof.
Right. I felt like I was lovable if, you know, beautiful, attractive young women would get naked with me and have sex. Right. That made me feel whole. That made me feel lovable.
That, my shame belief, is the truth. I am not lovable. Anybody who gets to know me has rejected me. Therefore, if I'm in a relationship, I must not lose that relationship. I have to hang on to that relationship.
So I would be clingy. I'd be manipulative. I'd be deceitful. Right? And I would suffocate my girlfriends with my neediness. That's why I've never been able to sustain a relationship longer than a year.
To continue to convince myself that I'm lovable, to solve my shame is what it's really trying to do. But there's another component that comes out of complex trauma that feeds into jealousy. Most people with complex trauma, children, it's not just that they lived in an environment where their needs weren't met, where they didn't feel safe. They were betrayed by their parents. They experienced the violation of trust over and over again, promises broken.
Right. I remember people very close to me would go through my stuff, would read my diary, would just violate trust. So I grew up feeling unsafe, didn't know who I could turn to. I could not be authentic, so I just learned to lie, to manipulate, and to put on various personae.
Parents not being there for them, not being able to depend on these parents to meet their needs, to care for them, to nurture them. And so betrayal trauma is part of complex trauma. Violation of trust is part of complex trauma.
Right. I'm absolutely obsessed with betrayal because betrayal characterized my early years. It was such an intense emotion. It would set off this biochemical rush that I then inexplicably and unconsciously would work to recreate in a self-destructive fashion through my adult years.
And so now when they get in a relationship, they expect to be betrayed. They can't trust anybody. Trust, if you trust somebody, you're setting yourself up to get hurt. So that feeds into jealousy. And so what does the person do where they're in a relationship, they're afraid of losing that relationship because that'll prove that they're not lovable, that'll expose their shame to everybody. They got to keep the relationship together. So they use fear. I will make that person afraid of leaving me. I will make that person.
Or I'll create this online persona to meet my needs and to make me feel like I'm worthy of love.
Afraid of having any other friendships, of even having relationships with their parents.
I've often been jealous of my friends, my male friends, and their friendships with other people. And when I'd walk into a room and they'd be talking to someone else, I would feel like their friendship with some other dude was a threat to my being best friends with this bloke.
I will use my anger. I will use abuse. I will threaten them. I will keep them afraid of ever leaving me. Then I will manipulate them all kinds of different ways to.
Right. This is how I have lived my life. I've used other people to meet my own insatiable, addictive needs.
Try and get them to never leave me, to continue to stay with me, even though I'm not meeting their needs, even though this relationship is not satisfying for them. I will love bomb them.
I feel so insecure right now because bloody Kip is watching the NASCAR boys driving 200 miles an hour at Talladega while listening to me, but he's totally two-timing me. Like I felt like I had this strong connection with Kip, but is he watching me as I pour out my heart? No, bloody Kip is not watching me. He's bloody watching some NASCAR boys driving 200 miles an hour 4 wide at Talladega, and this threatens my connection with Kip. And I'm about to become manipulative with Kip. I'm about to gaslight him. I feel threatened. I'm just a mess. There's a house in New Orleans, the house of the rising sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy. Man, I didn't think about Mom when I sang along to Feed the Birds with Julie Andrews, so instead I smashed. Not only that, Kip notices that I say the word simulacra weird. If Total Recall was a real thing, you would have been a great customer 40 buying fake intimacy. The inauthentic people we see all around us are a product of this attempting to project the perfect me. No way, Jose. It's the flaws, the imperfections that make us worthy of, capable of intimacy.
I will guilt them. I will threaten them. All kinds of different things that we just talked about. The ultimate for many people, and this one takes time, but it's gaslighting. I will slowly wear them down so that they no longer trust their own thinking. They no
Yep. That's what I've done.
Longer trust their own perception, but they now.
I would manipulate the lights, and then she'd say, "Is it dark in here?" And I go, "No, it's fine."
Trust me more and more to think for them. They trust me more and more to perceive reality. So I will do things early in the relationship to say, no, you're not thinking.
Right. I'd go to a party with 100 people and I'd find those sweet, vulnerable women who would be most susceptible and most easily susceptible to my charms. And then I'd go to bed with them. And then I'd try to have everything on my terms.
Right. Oh, you didn't see that correctly. And they will start to doubt themselves. They will start to give me more weight in their thinking, me more weight in their perception.
Right. I would pick on sweet, innocent women and then exercise my dark powers on them.
What I will do is feed shame in a subtle way that they will get to a point where they don't trust themselves at all. And they trust me totally. That takes time, But when a person can do that, then the other person probably isn't going to leave. And so jealousy is this powerful negative force that is basically working for mind control, basically working to totally control the other person. It almost creates these, like a pimp.
Right. My strongest instinct in social situations is, how can I manipulate things? How can I say things to maximize the amount of attention for me? Now, when I do have genuine connection and friendship and community in my life, then this instinct is muted. Right? My instinct for porn, for sexual promiscuity, for under-earning, for debting, for all of my emotional addictions becomes muted, becomes weakened by genuine connection, friendship, and community.
Or cult type of culture within the home over another person. So it's interesting to me, as I've worked over the years with people with huge jealousy issues, is they never admit to themselves how ugly it is, how damaging it is, how controlling it is, how abusive it is. They always say, but I love them so much.
Right. So the more genuine connection I have, the more friendship and community, the more I've got various parts of my life working, the less susceptible I am to jealousy. But often the only thing I had going for me was some incredibly erotic relationship. And then the rest of my life was not functioning. And then I'd be highly vulnerable to these fits of jealousy.
Much. I just do this because I want the best for them. So they can't admit their own fear. They can't admit.
Right. I'd be attracted to broken women, right? Homeless women. And I'd bring them in and I'd clean them up and I'd take care of them. And it would give me a feeling of power.
Their own shame and the extents that they're willing to go to try to solve their shame, to try to protect themselves from being abandoned. They just try to spin it as love. So the issue.
Right. My greatest fear is my fear of abandonment, because that describes my most intense emotional rushes from my childhood.
What I'm hoping you see with jealousy tries to make it the other person's fault. It tries to blame the other person. Oh, you talk to that guy too much. Oh, you dress inappropriately. Oh, you go.
Right. I would get this huge biochemical rush from being victimized, and it's still there, right? I still feel tempted to create the conditions so I can have that biochemical rush of being victimized.
Out so often. It's always trying to make my feelings your fault. What I hope you're beginning to see.
Right. So I often notice in the workplace that I'd wonder why people were treating me with disrespect. And it was because I was disclosing too much. You should not disclose in the workplace anything that you'd not be at ease with people gossiping about. But why was I disclosing too much? Because I was emotionally needy. I was not meeting my genuine needs for human connection in healthy ways. So I was trying to meet them at the workplace by over-disclosing, trying to rush to an intimate connection that I would then often hope would subvert my requirements at the job place so that I could use my friendship with my superior, my boss, or my coworkers to cover for my slovenly performance at work. And so I'd have this, huge inchoate need to connect and bond, really quickly with other people. And so I'd disclose a lot. And then I would become disgusted and hurt when people would show disrespect for me. But I was coming out of a place of neediness. Wherever I go, there would be this needy, jealous, manipulative, shame-filled desperado yearning for genuine connection.
Jealousy it's my shame. That's the issue. It's not the other person at all. That other person can change in 1,000 different ways. They can do everything that I say they need to do to change, and I'm still going to be jealous because I haven't dealt.
On the other hand, once I got on Adderall, once I got medicated for ADHD, 90% of this, insane self-destructive impulse went away as long as the medication was in effect. There was a genuine biochemical temporary solution to my self-destructive yearning for a biochemical victimization rush.
Dealt with my shame. I haven't dealt with the belief that I'm not good enough, that the person will eventually leave me.
So since 2018, I've made some progress so that I put greater store in what I think about, what I say and do. And so I'm a little less needy to what other people think about what I say and do, and that makes me less driven to manipulate other people to give me undue and unhealthy and usually destructive amounts of attention.
When they really see what I'm like, because there's a lot of better people out there. So you...
Right, that was overwhelming for me in childhood into my teens, that if people saw who I really was, they would hate me. That was still strong into my early 20s. It drove my conversion to Judaism. I hated myself. I thought I could construct a new self once I convert to Judaism, become a new self, build a new self, and I could discard my unwanted self. And I could build a self that I could be proud of, and then I wouldn't fear other people getting to know this good self. It didn't work out that way. I just continued my self-destructive drives and my addictive drives to manipulate other people to get what I needed.
Gotta heal the shame. The next one is a deep longing for validation. So we talked about that shame-based...
Right. Why do I put so much time into constructing my online persona? Right. I have this deep longing for validation because I haven't received enough of it through fair dinkum real-life connection. Desperado came to his senses temporarily through better brain chemistry, but alas, there's still no intimate bond. But the good thing about tamping down the self-destructive biochemical rushes that used to get in the way of me being at ease with myself and with other people is that it then creates more space and more of an opportunity to connect in a less destructive way. First of all, most importantly, with myself, and then secondarily with others.
Basically has always felt less than, not good enough.
Right. Why would I work 60 hours a week on my blogging? Right? Because I was so desperate for validation. Right? Why do I make so many live streams? Because I still have this yearning for validation, despite all my pious talk about being self-validating.
I don't have any inherent value. And so the longing still is there that I want to be validated. Now, let me just add a piece to this. So just being in complex trauma where your needs aren't being met is a child begins to feel that they don't have value. Something's wrong with them. That's why their needs are not being met. But many families in complex trauma, they operated off a belief that the worst thing you could create in a child is pride.
Right. So when I had virtually no one in my life that I was connecting with in any manner that made me feel good, I connected with God in the early stages of my journey to Judaism, but I was much more emotionally committed to my virtual and largely imaginary connection with Dennis Prager, right? My veneration of Dennis Prager and my yearning to be the #1 fan of Dennis Prager and to buy more of his materials and be his #1 customer than anyone else, right? That emotionally dominated my years, say between age 23 and 30.
Where the child thinks they're better than everybody. And so their solution to that was don't validate your children because you might give them a big head. So never praise them. Never talk about how great they have done, because then your child's going to get a big head and they're going to become proud. It's a totally wrong understanding of validation. Validation doesn't lead to pride. Shame actually leads to pride. And so this lack of validation is what caused a lot of people to have even heightened shame because nobody ever validated them. And a child needs to be validated. Then for others, they had workaholic parents. They had angry, abusive parents. They had critical parents. All of those, instead of giving validation, they got criticism. Instead of getting validation, they got nothing. Nobody was there for them. And so this growing shame inside of them. But we have a need for validation. It lets us know who we are. It lets us understand that we are valuable just the way we are, that our personality is just okay the way it is, that our body is okay the way it is. We need validation. And if we are not getting it, if we're in an environment that is non-validating, we can develop a hyper drive for validation. Some children, they try to suppress it and push it down. I don't need validation. But others, they go to this hyper longing for validation. And so it can go in two directions. Some are just very overt with it. They're out there trying to get validation. They try to be the center of attention. They try to get the spotlight on themselves. They brag all the time and point out and tell everybody how.
Right, that's me. Right, that is how I've lived my life, and probably still do to an extent that is not healthy. Right? Why have I had such a desperate need for a guru? Because I was unhappy and I needed someone to knit a quilt of meaning to throw over the universe. Right? Someone who claims special insights. And it was Dennis Prager's presentation of Judaism and ethical monotheism that gave me the strength to live when I was bedridden by chronic fatigue syndrome, when I had nothing. Right? That's when I most needed God, most needed Torah, most needed Judaism, most needed Dennis Prager. And at my most desperate, I felt that Dennis Prager channeled God. When I heard his voice, it was like hearing the voice of God. I didn't get on with my real dad, didn't get on with people in real life. I didn't have many friends, so I held on for a hero. And then I got to join a community that comes with joining a fandom. And that can feel like a buffer against an increasingly atomized world. That's Christine Ember writing in the Washington Post. So when I moved to LA in 1994, my friends for the first 3 years were all Dennis Prager fans or Dennis Prager friends. One therapist tells the Washington Post here, I've used Jordan Peterson to turn a boy into a man. I used him to turn this guy without a strong father figure into someone who makes his bed and stands up straight and is now successful. So Jordan Peterson's books do provide a structure that was missing from this person's life. So like Jordan Peterson, other gurus, Dennis Prager waved a tapestry of meaning that covered everything. So for desperate souls such as my former self, this tapestry was the one thing that I could rely on. So I was lost, I was lonely. In my imagination, Dennis Prager was guiding me to safety, just like the old Sheriff Ed Tom Bell in the 2007 movie No Country for Old Men, where he was talking about his dad. In the dream, I knew that he was going on ahead and he was fixing to make a fire somewhere out there in all that dark and in all that cold. And I knew that whenever I got there, he would be there. Right? That's how I felt about Dennis Prager from 1988 to 1996. Right? His teachings gave me energy, purpose, community. I was inspired by his charm, his empathy, his celebrity, his virtue, his clarity, his humor, his happiness. He was a good egg. Right? I knew that I was a mess. I was ashamed of who I was. I figured I had to lose my mind over some hero, some smart talker, and it might as well be Dennis. He was, reasonably moderate. So I found out a long time ago what a talk show host can do to your soul, but he can't take you anywhere that you don't want to go. Till I went to UCLA in 1988 and I discovered Dennis Prager on KABC radio, I had high regard for my own father. After discovering Dennis Prager, I didn't. I came to view my dad as psychologically damaged. I just dismissed my father. I wouldn't listen to my father. We drifted out of touch. Right? My pursuit of this virtual parasocial connection with Dennis Prager, right, caused the people around me great pain, and I didn't care because I preferred this virtual Dennis Prager father figure to my real father. I was bedridden for years with chronic fatigue syndrome, and I spent all my savings pretty much buying Dennis Prager tapes and Dennis Prager materials. Right? I wasn't spending money on getting well. I spent my money sending Dennis Prager tapes and essays in his journal, like to my friends, most of whom didn't listen to them. They laughed at me. They thought I'd lost my mind. I wrote Dennis Prager all these adoring letters. Wrote them to Rabbi Yitzhak Adlerstein as well, who I heard on Prager's show. Around 1990, I wrote to Dennis to tell him what his teachings had done for me. He wrote back, I received many letters, but few have touched me as much as yours. Get better. You are needed in the fight for good values. Hooray, I was needed in the fight for good values. So between 1990 and 94, I shared Dennis Prager lecture tapes with everyone I could. So at the time, I was Dennis Prager's biggest customer, according to a secretary in his office. So in 1992, my new friend Michal got a letter from Dennis Prager, and Dennis wrote, anyone who was a friend of Luke Ford's is a friend of mine. Right? I was desperate to be Dennis Prager's #1 fan. Friday, January 28, 1994, in Tampa Bay, I meet Dennis Prager in person for the first time. Next day, we speak privately for a few minutes. And Dennis said to me, it gives me great comfort knowing that if anything happens to me, Luke, you will be there to carry on this battle for good values. And this still infected me years later. May 15, 2010, I was walking around Linda University with a professor friend. And I was talking about Dennis Prager. And I said, I wish he ran for president. I wish he ran America. I said, I wish he ran the universe. The universe? Right? I felt like an idiot. Like I sounded like an idiot. I knew from the beginning that Dennis Prager, like everyone, had blind spots, but most of my connections were through Dennis Prager. They were with people who loved Dennis Prager, so I largely kept quiet because nobody wanted to hear my criticism of Dennis Prager, because it was loyalty to Dennis that united us, and I needed my friends. Now, when I started blogging about the porn industry beginning in July 3rd, 1997, then everyone would say, how can you do this, and claim to venerate Dennis Prager? So I knew I had to split. And so I began writing about Dennis Prager's radio show, because all my friends told me if I did this, they could no longer be my friends. So I lost all my friends, but I was no longer continually being harassed with, well, what does Dennis Prager think about what you're doing? And I got to see myself in my imagination as a heroic truth seeker, right? Other people saw me as a betrayer or as an object lesson in fandom gone wrong. So in something like May 1998, I broke my wrist playing football, and coming out of surgery, I had a panic attack, and they kept me in the hospital overnight, the Century City Hospital. And when I was going next day to pick up my pain meds, there was a psychic standing behind me, and she said, I'm getting a special feeling about you. Come see me. And so I repeatedly went to see her, eventually dropped $1,000 on this gypsy psychic. And she said, what is it that you most want? And I said, I want to repair my friendship with Dennis Prager. Right? There was never a real friendship. It was just a one-way parasocial relationship overwhelmingly. And I'd blown it up by blogging about him without his permission, working on an unauthorized biography. But I wanted to repair largely imaginary friendship with Dennis Prager that I had blown up. And shockingly, it did not work, though it was the only time that Dennis Prager unsolicited sent me an email. Right? I came back from dropping $200 one time on this psychic, and for the first time in my life, there was an email from Dennis Prager, because I'd written on my blog how upsetting it'd been to go through surgery, have this panic attack, come home, feel absolutely lost and lonely in the world, and then listening to Dennis Prager gave me comfort. And Dennis Prager, out of the blue, sent me an email saying, you should remember that the next time, for whatever reason, you want to hurt me. I was the subject of a Jewish Journal cover story, August 3rd, 2007. Dennis Prager said in a brief interview with the Jewish Journal about me, he was neither a pupil nor a friend. I think I appealed to something good in him at some point, and I hope I did, but I don't know. So the first thing that captured me with Dennis Prager, listening to him in September 1988, was his voice, right? It sounded like the voice of God, because gurus have a distinctive speaking style, right? The pitch, the speed, the volume, the intonation, right? Create this confidence and persuasion guru archetype. And there was a great thread on Reddit about the guru tone of voice, right? The deliberate, slow, enunciated style with the rhythmic pauses, the rises and falls in tone. You get it from people like Tim Ferriss, Andrew Huberman, Sam Harris, right? So is there a guru tone of voice is the topic of the thread, right? Listening to this Tim Ferriss video, I realized that Tim has a similar tone of voice and talking style to Andrew Huberman. Slow, pronouncing every syllable to the point of it becoming annoying. Andrew Huberman is worse for his continuous and useless use of synonyms. Right? Is there a guru style? Is it deliberate? Does it allow them to intercept a broader audience? Sounds deliberate. They want to reach that extra fraction of the public who wouldn't understand them if they spoke normally. Right? With the Weinsteins, Brett and Eric, it feels like they are defending themselves from their own bullshit detector. It's ponderous. I'm talking slowly because I'm thinking so deeply. Well, let me quickly interject, and now I'll slowly expand on my deep thought while thinking about whatever BS I'll bring up next. No, please let me finish. This is important. Right? You hear it with Sam Harris. It's contrived. There's a precise language and cadence. Tim Ferriss usually steers clear of culture wars, relatively benign, according to this one perspective. Just scrolling through this thread. A lot of these gurus have the same kind of voice training created by some marketing department 50 years ago to convert people to Scientology or something. It's not that different from all the debate lords online who affect the rapid-fire nerd jibber-jabber cadence that convinces normies that they're smart. Ben Shapiro, destiny, except it's slower and more deliberate to affect spiritual wisdom instead. It's the slow burn excitement similar to American pastors and preachers. It draws you in. It's the smart guy voice. You have to admire the audacity. All these guys talk about how important marriage and kids are in their plans, but their lives and guru work, right, create an inward focus that selects against this happening for them anytime soon. Right? They'd rather talk than get married and have kids. Sam Harris is the epitome of the guru voice. It puts you in a trance. Grifting preachers have the tone too. Lots of rises and falls in intonation that come off as soothing to the brain. There are the cadences, the strategic pauses. Right? People who deliver monologues for a living talk slowly. Barristers, comics, newsreaders. Right? It builds trust, demonstrates you're secure.
How great they are and about all their accomplishments. They lie and embellish stories and make up stories to try to impress people. They drop hints all the time about things they've done, trying to be a little more subtle, but they're just hoping somebody is impressed with them or somebody says, wow, you are amazing.
I would sometimes so exaggerate things that I've done that they were actually lies. Right? I pretended to be having a dream and to be talking in my sleep. I think I was about 15 or 16 at the time, and my dream was that, like, some girl was trying to tempt me into sexual sin, but I was just trying to get attention from my best friend who I was sleeping in his room because I was visiting him. So we form these parasocial relationships, in particular if we're not able to form real relationships, right? For inspiration, for guidance, for community, for blogging, for intellectual stimulation and emotional support. But we can become over-reliant on one perspective. We can idealize and project. We can become emotionally dependent, seek validation from figures who don't know us. This contributes to polarization, division, and makes us easier to manipulate. So instead, we should engage critically, cross-reference ideas with numerous sources, have diverse influences to avoid over-reliance on one, and prioritize real-world relationships over parasocial ones, and reflect on whether admiring a guru aligns with our personal values or is driven by our emotional needs. So the sharpest analysis of Dennis Prager that I've ever heard came in 2020 from Paul Gottfried. He said, Dennis Prager is an intellectual vulgarian of a kind I've rarely encountered in this world. He has said such ridiculous things about history, fascism, democracy, that it is hard for me to bestow any respect on his intellectual accomplishment. So Dennis says many things that sound incredibly profound, but they just dissolve upon inspection.
Or they get lots of degrees, lots of possessions. They show their greatness through their degrees and possessions to impress people, to get people to validate them. Others are more subtle. They're not in your face, but this can go a couple different directions. So the first is, to me, a significant one. I've had so many clients that every time they get a new job, every time they accomplish something, the first thing that pops into their head is, I wonder if dad will be proud of me. I wonder if mom will say anything. They're not going to go advertise it, but the longing is there that mom and dad will still validate them and communicate that they're proud of them. They've never gotten that. And even at 40, 50, they're still hoping for that. That shows how powerful this is.
Or the people who humiliated me, right? Maybe they'll see how great I've turned out. So think about the perverse incentives for those of us competing in the attention economy, right? We may want to make our living dispensing our wisdom and our punditry. But think about the pursuit of financial, social status and personal rewards, how it can distort what we say. We can put greater emphasis on external gains over telling the truth or delivering nuance, right? We can sensationalize to get attention, to stand out in a crowded media landscape. We can exaggerate, we can polarize, we can inflame. Outrage drives clicks, views, and engagement. We can become captured by our audience. We can become echo chambers for our followers. You know that if we deviate from expected narratives, that will lead to a backlash and lost support. So we get locked into rigid ideological positions. We may chase clout over credibility. We may pursue status, media appearances, large followings, elite connections, money. By prioritizing our self-promotion over providing insight, we may churn out hot takes or align with powerful interests to stay relevant and erode trust. Right, platforms, social media, news cycles reward rapid, frequent content. So we might produce shallow or reactive commentary rather than well-researched, thoughtful analysis. We can become reliant on ad revenue, sponsorships, platform algorithms, incentivize gaming metrics. We may tailor content to maximize income. We may align with our sponsors, political groups, audience, media outlets. We may find that divisive rhetoric generates more engagement than nuanced discussion. Right? We may get stuck in a feedback loop where the louder or extreme or more conformist voices thrive, while those who optimize for truth don't make as much money or get as much attention.
Others, they don't necessarily put it out there that they've accomplished stuff, but they might hint at it a little bit. They might just do little things that they hope draw attention to something that they've accomplished.
So almost all pundits and gurus say things primarily to maximize their own importance, right? They tend to emphasize their own teachings, their own presence. The guru game attracts people who thrive on being the center of attention, right? I tend to feel most at ease and most awesome when I am the center of attention. And when I develop followers, that makes it easier to prop myself up, right? We can get trapped in this cycle of reverence, right? Pundits, like gurus, thrive on building their own brand. It's practically the job description. We are playing the game for ratings, clicks, and clout. System rewards self-promotion, right? Is there any reward for pointing out that political outcomes won't noticeably affect 99% of Americans 99% of the time, unless you just happen to love following politics? No, there's no reward for saying that. Does any guru say that your primary purpose, meaning, excitement, and morality in life should come from your family and community? Right? If people get their purpose, meaning, excitement, and morality in life from their family and community, then they have no need for a guru, except for a bit of fun or for a rare need. Right? If you've got purpose, meaning, excitement, and morality locked in through the people who you love, then gurus are optional. Why lean on some lofty teacher when you got real connection doing the heavy lifting? Right? We might sneak a guru in for entertainment or fun or for a rare need. I remember Dennis Prager developed quite a sideline teaching about happiness, and yet listening to his show was infuriating. And it took me decades to understand why. But Prager follows the formula for success in right-wing talk radio. Tell the listener that he is a victim of nefarious elites and tell him that the host is fighting for him. Right? Dennis Prager has a knack for framing things in a way that hooks you if you're already aligned with his worldview. The flip side, though, is his style and his content will stir up a hornet's nest of emotions, even for fans. Right? Prager's all about the clarity, and he sells happiness as a duty, yet he spends the bulk of his airtime dissecting what is broken. Right? That is a recipe for agitation, especially if you buy into his premises. Right? So agreeing with Dennis Prager does not shield you from the stress of his topics: cultural rot, political hypocrisy, moral decay. Right? Hearing these constant alarm bells, even from your side, will spike your cortisol. Right? You may love Prager, but you may need a break because it's just too much doom. You'll experience emotional whiplash as Prager toggles between optimism, happiness is a choice, and indignation. The left hates you. Right? This will leave you unsettled, not uplifted. Right? If you're aligned with him, you might feel powerless, raging at the same villains, but stuck listening, not fixing. The frustration may fester, and the world will increasingly feel off kilter. Right? Listening to talk radio, boosting your team, will also boost your anger and anxiety. Right? Fans may say, I'm 100% agreed with Dennis, but I'm mad as hell after. Right? Agreement amplifies investment. You're not just hearing ideas, you're feeling the stakes. Right? Prager preaches happiness, but he serves it with a side of outrage. His guru shtick prioritizes moral clarity over calm. If you're wired to internalize that, the takeaway is not so much life is good, but life is a fight. Right? You'll connect to Prager's charisma, and that's energizing, but then draining. So if you vibe with Dennis Prager, right, your brain's still wired to react to threat, not just nod along at solutions. So walking away unhappy might mean you're soaking up the problems more than the fix. Right? Most pundits are not gurus. Most pundits do not seek parasocial relationships with their listeners. But Dennis Prager believes he has a mission to teach people right from wrong, which just so happens to be the most important mission in the world, which just so happens to make him about the most important person in the world. So most pundits and talk show hosts lean into entertainment, but Dennis Prager leans into his guru side, right? He has a profound sense of certainty and confidence. He's built a persona around teaching right from wrong. And this can, among damaged people such as myself, foster dependency or idealization.
Or some, they just do really, really nice things for people. And the reason for doing extra nice things for people is that somebody will say, thank you. Somebody will say, you're so wonderful. Somebody will validate them. So they're not going to ask for it. They're just going to do things and hope that somebody validates them. And that can drive them. Once they get a few people, when they do nice things and a few people compliment them and praise them, now they can just be driven to keep doing nice things constantly. Because that longing, they're so thirsty for validation. Now I need to add something here. Some children didn't get validation from their parents. They had workaholic parents, they had angry, critical parents, but they longed for validation. The first thing they got validated for from a friend, from a teacher, from a relative, all of a sudden that created this thirst. And they began to do that thing over and over again. So we talked about this in the last video. For some it was being funny. For some it was being good in a certain sport.
Right, we learn to grow towards the sunlight of attention or whatever makes us feel, whole or feel better. So what type of people follow gurus such as Dennis Prager and Jordan Peterson to an absurd degree, right? Normal people can listen to a Prager and Peterson, even if they agree, right? They're not going to make them into a guru, right? So what makes you vulnerable to a cult or a guru, right? It's when your own life is difficult, right? When you feel that there's a giant hole in your soul, right? So gurus will help you see something special about the world that other people can't help you see. And there's something about their tone and their manner that makes you feel good. So if you are messed up, you have low self-esteem, you're dealing with trauma, it makes you more susceptible, right? The guru preys on people's insecurities and gives them a false allure of community. All right? They'll tell you, hey, there's a better way to lead your life. I can make you feel better, right? It's the same risk factors make you likely to fall prey to self-help cults or multi-level marketing, but with a little bit more of an intellectual or a political bent.
Sport. For some it was a certain hobby. For some it was their looks. All of a sudden now they focused on that. But what we saw is now they're looking for their value in externals. Now they always have to pursue only that, and they begin to pursue it in unhealthy ways, and it actually becomes destructive. There's another thing that I need to add, and that is that some children didn't receive any positive validation, but they got negative validation. They got noticed, they got attention, they got validated when they were bad, when they misbehaved, when they went against what mom and dad wanted. When mom and dad got angry and gave them attention, that was a form of validation. And so to the child, it was even negative validation is better than no validation at all. What often happens with that is they then begin to continue to do what gets them the negative validation. That then attracts a certain peer group, other kids who are in the same boat. They now form a group and they respect each other for how bad they are, for how tough they are, for the trouble that they get in. And so they validate each other now. Then for some, that leads to now they develop an identity that they're the bad kid, that they're the kid that steals all the time, that lies all the time, that breaks the neighbor's property all the time. And that identity becomes something that's respected. So this can just build in more and more negative directions. The next characteristic is people with shame become hypersensitive to disrespect. So if you look at complex trauma and shame, it comes out of an environment where you're not treated with respect, where you're neglected, where you're abused, where you're laughed at, where you're criticized, where you're abandoned. All of those communicate disrespect. Or you even get You're compared with others. You're made to feel like you're a burden, that you're a failure, that you're a mistake. All disrespect. So disrespect is part of shame. That's what a shame is I now feel disrespect for myself. I now feel I don't deserve respect. I have to earn respect. But what is important to understand is that disrespect hurts a lot. Disrespect spits on my value. It says I'm a zero. It is like pouring salt in a wound. Disrespect is a very, very painful emotion because it's a statement about my identity that's very negative. So for children growing up in complex trauma, disrespect can be verbal, but disrespect can also be how people treat me. They don't see me, they don't hear me, they ignore me. All of those, disrespect, 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 it is so painful. And so what happens when a child's in an environment where they're experiencing disrespect every day, that's complex trauma, is the child begins to do a couple things. Number one, they believe that everybody looks down on them. Everybody sees them through the eyes of disrespect. They assume that now. Secondly, that then means when they go into relationships, they read disrespect into situations where there's no disrespect at all. So let me give you an example. I was teaching at a seminar, and afterwards people come up and talk to me and ask me questions. And so there was a line of people waiting to talk to me, and there's a person talking to me. All of a sudden, this person came up, and they tried to butt in front of the line, and they tried to interrupt the person who was talking to me, and they wanted to talk to me now. And I just very respectfully put up my hand and said, just, sir, if you could just give a minute here, I'm talking to this person, and I'll get to you very shortly. That person left in a huff. That person said to their friend, he just treated me with great disrespect. All I did was set a respectful boundary. But because of all of the disrespect they had experienced all their life, they now read disrespect into me setting a respectful boundary. So that is what happens all of the time with children coming out of complex trauma. But
all right, this is Cormac Thompson. Cinema Paradiso. Love that movie. Love that soundtrack. I'll talk to you.